morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation. This is the People's Breakfast. My name is Mungala Mbuvi and a happy new year to you. A happy new year to you too, City Muga. How are you doing?
I am ugly.
The microphone is...
You know, this microphone isn't where I left it.
Yeah, it is not where you left it.
No, but that's good. I am well, thank you.
Good. How was the holiday?
Good, I rested.
You rested well?
I did.
But that unakaa umechangamka kidogo. Your skin looks younger than it was in 2025. So whatever it is that you did, continue doing it.
Thank you.
Ama tuongea na management wakupatia another 1 month.
I can even rest during working sessions and seasons.
Yes.
Once you get a certain rhythm, then you find you adequately rested.
Yeah. Mi nimejipata na mafua this weekend. Something happened on Saturday. I think I interacted with some dust somewhere, then I got some virus somewhere, and here we are.
Okay, you great attractor of viruses.
Yeah.
It is good.
Whatever it is, banana nisumbue na nibo. Actually, I didn't sleep last night quite as well as I should have or as I expected.
Because of this particular attack.
Hey, tossing and turning and blowing my nose after every 2 minutes. It was really one of those tough moments for me. But you know what? Wanasemanga, the show must go on.
Consume lots of liquids, brother.
I am taking lots of liquid. Actually, I do have one liquid here on the table. I hope it, helps me.
You hope it does the trick.
Yeah, I hope it helps me throughout this show. Where did you spend your Christmas?
Nairobi.
Ulikuwa Nairobi? Au kwenda Ushago?
I never travel.
Why?
Never travel.
Why?
What for? I have
to meet extended family, yeah.
I have a whole year to do this.
Yes.
Then within a space of 10 days, when everything is abnormal,
yeah.
If I'm traveling by road, the traffic is crazy.
But you guys, where you come from, you have several airstrips. You could travel by air.
Yes.
You have an entire railway station, railway line heading those sides.
Yes, that is true. All that is true.
Yeah.
And everyone wants to head in that same direction. As I said, for me, defeats the purpose of going home.
Okay.
Yes, because the discomfort I have to endure in that period is absolutely unnecessary.
Okay.
So, if you ask me,
yes,
if I want to go home, somewhere towards the middle of this month, that weekend,
unaweza tafuta nafasi hapo.
Natoka Friday, Saturday, Sunday morning, narudi. There, I won't have a problem with traffic, and the people I want to see who are at home, they're still there.
Yeah. They haven't left.
No, that's where they live. I'll be able to see them because they'll know in advance I'm coming, and we'll have a very pleasant time.
Where I come from, we have to go to Shags.
Your Shags is around the corner.
Yes, it is 3 hours away maximum.
I said your Shags is around the corner.
Yes. As we have to. We usually have to congregate, have a mbuzi, several chicken. Actually, several mbuzis and several chicken will sacrifice their lives for our enjoyment.
But that's a good thing.
So we have to enjoy ourselves thoroughly.
You see, these are things that you get to understand and you get habits you acquire with time. You do the arithmetic, you look at the logic, and suddenly you find, actually,
yes,
because I worked in Luo Nyanza for over 17 years.
Yes.
When people were going home for Christmas, I'd be coming to Nairobi.
Okay.
So that's when it occurred to me, I am at home most of the time.
Yes.
And the things that people come to do, because I work in the region, I do. I see people, I talk to people.
Right.
If
you eat chicken that you want.
Yes, it's my parents, or after my father passed away, if my mom. So anything that would take someone home, I would do.
Okay.
So during this period,
Yeah.
remember, once upon a time, there were no cell phones.
Yes, indeed.
Now there are cell phones, and if I want to talk,
you just pick up the phone.
On one cell phone, I can talk to 10 people.
Mm.
All I'm saying is, because of communication and because of my own lived experience with shags and the Christmas holidays, I adopted this particular position. I do not move.
All right. First, last but not least, where did you cross the year? Where were you?
Again,
rather?
I do not celebrate Christmas, neither do I celebrate New Year.
Hey, Bwana City, that's a very boring lifestyle.
From your point of view.
Hiyo ni boring bwana. Yani hata first ulikuwa tu kwa nyumba. Haukwenda kuwatch fireworks mahali?
No, I find fireworks a little too noisy for my taste.
You didn't go to a club somewhere to just, cheers a few drinks with some strangers?
No.
Well, I did that.
Of course you did.
Yeah. I started with church. Tukamaliza maombi, tukashukuru Mungu kwa mwaka mzuri uliokuwa wa 2025. Then kutoka hapo tukaenda mahali kulikuwa sasa na watu wa kelele. Tukapiga kelele na strangers huko, alafu kitu kama saa 11 asubuhi after tume make sure tumeingia 2026. Sometimes you're not sure. So once I made sure this is 2026, went back home.
But I heard all the noise, all the fireworks, I heard them.
Yeah.
I started hearing them long before midnight.
Yes.
As I said, there are certain habits you acquire over time.
Right.
Because the previous habits you had, you've shed them for one reason or the other. And the habits you then acquire, the ones that suit you best.
Yes.
It's really not complicated.
All right.
Yes.
A big shout out to the folks who made 2025 awesome. Of course, number one, our dear listeners, nyinyi ni wale wase. Yeah, we had an amazing year. That was 2025 when the People's Breakfast took shape. And of course, even Radio Generation, when it took shape in that particular year, you guys made sure that indeed tumesikika because nyinyi ndio mlikuwa mnasikiza. Another shout out to the team that makes this particular show awesome. We're talking about Edna. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Openje nimeona alienda ushago hata hajanona. Ako tu the same way hajakonda.
He has grown a beard.
He has grown a beard?
Yes.
He has a beard?
Yes, he does.
My goodness.
You're not very observant, are you?
I am definitely not.
He has grown a beard. And the pot belly he had been acquiring has disappeared.
Kuna hardship huko kwao, eh? And then of course the entire digital team, watu wa news akina Maganga, nimeona wamerudi wako tu sawa sawa. I disappeared, nimeona you guys are doing awesome. It's good to actually see that we have crossed the year vizuri sisi sote. So I'll be taking your roll call. If you've just joined in, let us know where you're tuned in from. For instance, there's a Sungura Yonis. Amesema karibu tena, tumeingia 2026 na Venezuela. Of course, John Mutua amesema happy new year my friend City and Movie. Welcome 2026. I missed my TV show in Qatar too much. Too much cold. We are freezing and very soon I am boarding. Kuja huko kuna joto. And then there's Eliana Yabesh. Amesema peeps are back. Of course we are back. Don Sabwa amesema welcome and happy new year 2026. Let us not forget that Mudaro is behind. You mean Maduro? Maduro is behind bars in the USA. Sifuna is firing on all cylinders, and the Mulembe nation is buzzing with energy. Of course, we shall have a conversation about all this and much more. So, like I said, wewe tuma tu salamu zako, tutaziona na tutaendelea kukusalimia, tuendelee recognize. Right now, though, let's have our methali. Sisi tupatie methali yetu ya leo. The first methali of 2026.
Yes, sir.
Umeguza microphone tena mahali ikazimika. Yes.
Iko sawa?
Iko sawa sasa.
Nimeguza mahali kawa sawa.
Sasa umeguza ikawa sawa.
Okay.
I
am going to begin this year by looking at the country of the Sudan.
All right.
Okay. This is an interesting country in this sense.
Yes.
When the British purposed to come to East Africa, one of the narratives they had was they wanted to look at the source of the Nile. Okay?
Yes.
There was that idea.
Right.
Now, Egypt is in a very interesting position. It's located at what you call the confluence of the Blue and the White Nile rivers.
Yes.
Okay?
All right.
It is Africa's third largest country. Okay? Population hawa watu ni wengi.
Wako wangapi huko?
Wako wengi. I'm looking at these figures here, and these figures don't represent the truth as far as I can see.
Okay.
Yes. But one of the things about the Sudan, no, the population is correct. I was thinking I'm talking of Sudan, but my mind was in Egypt. The population of Sudan is around 50 million.
Okay.
Now, one of the things that has helped stabilize their population is
right.
They have many wars.
That is what has helped them stabilize.
They have killed very many of their people. When there's war,
right,
the normal processes by which people populate the planet doesn't quite occur in the same way. And then they have a very large diaspora.
Okay.
For a long time, long before we understood the concept of diaspora and remittances, Sudan was way, way, way ahead of us. It was one of those countries in Africa that had some of the largest remittances, together with Egypt.
Okay.
Now, it got its independence in 1956. Okay. Now, part of the reason why the Nile is very important for Sudan is because they rely on it because agriculture is their mainstay. All right? Now, the name Sudan originates from an Arabic word. I'll give you the details of this tomorrow.
All right.
Why Sudan, the name Sudan, the origins and so forth. Okay? Now the proverb. Okay? If the people's intention is pure, one bedstand would be enough to carry 100. Let me read it again.
Yeah? If the people's
intention is pure, one bedstand would be enough to carry 100.
Kitanda kimoja.
Yes.
Kingetosha kubeba watu 100.
Yes. Ni methali.
Ni methali, of course. You have to look at the inner meaning.
Nia ikiwa
safi.
Yes. Kitanda kimoja
kinaweza kubeba watu 100.
Wengi sana.
Naam.
Yes. Lakini baba,
kila mtu anakuja na uchafu wake pale.
Nia ikiwa sio hivyo. Hata watu wawili
kitanda kinavunjika.
Kitakuwa hapalaliki. Yes.
Watu wako pale wanagongana.
Mmoja ameweka mguu kwa sura yako.
Naam.
Mmoja amefanya nini?
You're actually right. Because you realize even when people are happy and they respect and love each other, whatever small they have, they enjoy it.
That's the whole point. When you look at children playing in the dust, you see very happy people.
Yeah. They share the same puddle of water.
Those of us who lived in a time when we made our toys, you actually made them. You couldn't say people had much. You know, when people talk about how they went to school barefooted.
Yeah.
In my time, everybody went to school barefooted in the early days of school. Some of our teachers didn't have shoes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, my father tells me that his first shoe was slippers when he joined Form 1.
There were certain plastic shoes that were made by Bata. They were called Katanga. Those were the shoes that most people bought because that's what you could afford.
The ones that had some kind of fins at the front.
Yes, and also they are waterproof.
Of course, when they are plastic, they are waterproof. And they are weatherproof. So you can wear them all weather. Rain, sunshine,
and
snow.
They were very good shoes.
Yeah.
The understanding of happiness that we now attach to materialism, in and of itself is a lie. Because happiness isn't determined by how much you actually have.
Right.
Not really. Because when you pursue happiness through material accumulation, what you then are saying is this, that in the absence of the material accumulation, you cannot be happy. There cannot be a bigger lie than that. There are many people whose lives are really very simple, and believe me, they are actually quite happy.
Right.
Their joy is not derived from these things that people assume bring about happiness.
Their joy comes from somewhere else.
Yeah, there's something else. Their joy comes from the relationships they have, the harvest they have.
Waswahili pia walisema raha jipe mwenyewe. Don't wait for CT to give you happiness, right? All right, thank you for that one. Let's do that thing that we usually do. And before we do that, let me just tell you one significant thing in history today. In 1959, the USSR's Luna 1, also known as Mekta, became the first spacecraft to leave Earth's gravitational pull. That is, Luna 1, aka Mekta, became the first man-made object to leave Earth's gravitational pull. Awesome, isn't that? Right. As we get on to more serious matters, Marit, good morning. Happy New Year, kings and queens. Salimia City, Mbuvi, Edna, and Openje. They just want Venezuela oil. Kitengela iko locked. Hosea Koech anasema, this is Dr. Koech from South Carolina. Asante sana. Thank you so much, Daktari and the rest of the team. Like I said, continue registering. We shall definitely give you shout-outs as we move on. Right now, though, there's that thing called radiogeneration.co.ke. It's an amazing website where you get to see us live, listen to us live, and you also get to see all the stories that have been making headlines in the last couple of hours. So why don't we see the first story? This one has been written by Samuel Otieno some 15 minutes ago. And also allow me to remind you that we are on 89.5. I could have forgotten this. We are currently on 89.5 in Garissa. So we've been telling you that we are expanding throughout the region, the country. You can find us on 89.5 in Garissa, bahari yake. So if you're heading those sides, why don't you check us out on 89.5? We'll be glad to hear your feedback as far as our frequency is concerned. Mombasa, it's 90.7, and Nairobi, it's 88.8 FM. Welcome to the People's Breakfast. DPP directs police to expedite probe over South Sea building collapse. Like I said, this one is by Samuel Otieno. Now, the DPP has directed the Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja, to immediately initiate or expedite investigations into the circumstances surrounding the collapse of a building in South Sea in Nairobi. This happened on January 2nd. Police have been instructed to submit a comprehensive report on the probe to the DPP within 7 days from January 4th, that is yesterday. Now, according to the DPP, the scope of the probe will aim at holding every person who enabled the unsafe construction accountable, whether public or private individuals. IG Kanja is expected to record statements from all relevant persons, including the developer, the contractor, and those responsible for building and construction approvals, inspections, and enforcement, and for the resulting file for perusal within the specified time frame. In a statement, the DPP also expressed sympathy for the families of those still trapped under the rubble. City, I'm sure you saw this one. Quite sad. It happened on Friday. A building just collapsed. Apparently, it was 2 stories higher than what had been recommended, number one. And then on top of that, questions are obviously spiraling around who approved that particular construction. And then the owner of the building, what is his or her role as far as this collapse is concerned, and many other aspects that will come out as far as this investigation is concerned. But this is not the first time a building is collapsing in Nairobi, or actually in Kenya. We've been seeing this.
We had one dramatic one in Mombasa where a building was actually brought down.
Yeah.
It was brought down. Simply because.
Yeah. Guza tena tu. As you talk.
Can you hear me?
I seem to be having a problem. Maybe you can just switch to this one for the time being.
I want you to imagine that.
Bado. Iko sawa sasa.
So.
Thank you so much.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. We have building codes. We have bylaws that ensure that whatever is put up in terms of a structure is safe for human habitation. But even before we started putting up buildings that were likely to collapse, there are building codes about that require you to adhere to with regards to how close to your fence or to what you may refer to.
A perimeter.
Yes. There is a public thoroughfare. Where there is a road, there are road reserves. The road reserve is for a specific purpose. Okay? Utilities, water drainage, in the days when we had telephone poles, electricity poles, and so forth.
Yes.
But if you look around this country, one of the things that we started disregarding for the longest time are these called people build right up to the wall itself.
Yes.
People eat into the roads reserves.
Riparian land as well.
People build. You've understood it perfectly. Now, there are consequences to these things. Okay? Now, when you hear of a building collapsing, that is a consequence of certain bylaws having been set and put in place being ignored or being completely abrogated.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, laws are abrogated by people. It is people who make these decisions. So, whether we have the stomach and the will to actually pursue those who allow these things to happen, because within any county government,
Yes.
there's an inspectorate that's supposed to deal with these things. After all, they're the ones who give the permits for the putting up of these buildings.
Right.
All right? One hears of such tragedies. Once in a while, you hear of somebody being arraigned in court. The stories usually quietly die away.
Actually, you're right, because we haven't had what has happened to all the other events, occurrences that we've had,
No, you don't
such
hear.
as this one. We've never heard about who was arrested from the county council, who's been arrested from
No.
the ministry,
No.
the contractor, the
No.
owner of the building. We never hear anything after that.
You may hear of a little activity, then it dies. That is our story. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, what it tells me is that human lives are not really very important. But they're not only important, not just to the political busybodies whom we elect, but also to those of us in the media. Because we will highlight this story for a day. The subsequent stories of who owns it, if people had already occupied the building, those who now had to vacate,
Yeah.
if there were if there were structures that people were paying for, if people had paid for it, there's an entire story that deals with the human lives where these tragedies occur.
Yeah.
Do you ever read of them?
Nope.
Precisely. Again, we in the fourth estate seem to have taken the view that human lives are not really that important. Those in the county governments who are politicians and the civil servants there, them we understand. The duty that they have to the citizens of the country or the county, that one they abrogated a very long time ago. We understand that. Okay? For them it seems the most important thing is who can pay them to take shortcuts. And yet at the end of each of these endeavors, the construction is meant for human habitation. People are supposed to live there. People are supposed to buy. When you do shoddy work and people die, what are the consequences? We never follow these stories up. We never go into the details because one person dies. That person probably had a family.
Yeah.
What happens when this person who didn't need to die, if the bylaws had been followed, what happens to this family once he dies? Or once she dies? Now, you see, when you look at the attention we give political activities and the way we present it, it's why I come to this conclusion. Because you asked what I was doing during the holidays. I was consuming a lot of reading material, mostly our papers.
Yeah.
And I've spoken about this before, but I came to the hard conclusion. Even the fourth estate doesn't really care about the citizenry. Not really. Take any average week in this country,
Right.
okay, and look at all the major papers and look at what the headlines state. If it's something that seems to be very alarming or very dramatic, it'll appear once. If it appears twice, that's much. Then we immediately go back to politics. Immediately. And what we give highlights to are politicians picking little this and that with each other.
Yeah.
So and so said this. Nyinyi watu hapa mko namna hii. Hawa wako namna hii. Unajua, these people are trying to consolidate this particular block.
Yeah.
They have not done this. Since the great Raila Odinga passed away. This one. And I keep reading and asking, where are the citizens who voted these people in this conversation? Where are they? They are never front and center. Never, 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 never.
Someone needs to do a compilation of the last 5 building collapses and tell us what really happened. Was anyone arrested? Was any compensation paid?
People get arrested, all right.
Yeah.
But then after, we never hear anything about it after that.
Were victims compensated? Their families? Was anyone prosecuted? To what end were they
Was that
prosecuted?
building even insured?
Exactly. So we need, I think, sijui ni nani tunaweza patia kazi hapa tufanyie hiyo kazi.
We don't need anybody to do it ourselves.
Yeah, because like you've said, so we report this for the next 2 days, and then from there we get into what Gachagua said, what the president has not done,
Or like now,
and Gen Z is not registering.
One Sifuna is trending. What Sifuna said at which, what I just marvel at.
Yeah.
Why do some churches allow politicians to politic in their churches? Why? I mean, honestly, why? They have so many other places to go to. It's a day of worship, a specific day.
Yeah.
And then somebody is one politician after another. So that ceases to be a church. It's a political arena. They might as well just declare themselves to be a political arena, posing as a church.
Yeah.
Huh?
I think perhaps maybe I don't want to say a law should be introduced because they should regulate themselves as far as that is
concerned. There's no law that we need for this. Not really. The church has fought against regulations that would sort of like force them to behave in a certain way.
Yeah.
The opportunity for them to have a not controlling, regulating mechanism is upon us. There are very many churches that do not allow politicians to politic.
Yeah.
You may stand up and say hello and then you sit down. Okay.
Unaambiwa tu mheshimiwa simama salimia watu, all right, thank you.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
So there are those, but there are those who actually allow. What I'm saying is this.
Yes.
There's a colleague of mine who used to say something. It sounded like she had a very valid point, but over time I've realized just how profound what she was saying was. Her name is Ndu Oko.
Yeah.
Ndu Oko used to say, I don't know why we don't understand it. We are alone. These people keep telling us we're alone, but we don't hear them.
Right.
Then when we don't hear them, they show us by their actions that we are alone. And again,
and we still don't understand.
Accept.
Yeah.
And they're showing you and they're telling you that actually you are alone.
Ni kitabu kigani huwa kinasema aliye na masikio asikie, aliye na macho aone?
Hiyo ni Biblia.
Is it the Bible?
The Bible says that.
Yeah. Aliye na macho aone, aliye na masikio fanya nini? Asikie. There's a story here I'd like us to talk about, and it excites me because someone is actually doing something about it. Duale orders KMPDC to investigate doctors over crusade healing claims. I absolutely love this. It's a story by David Abonyo. So, Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale has directed the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council to investigate medical practitioners who publicly claimed miraculous healings at a recent crusade, warning that unverified assertions by licensed professionals pose a serious risk to public safety. In a statement on his X account, Duale said while the Ministry of Health respects faith and spiritual practices, matters concerning health and life must be guided by science, ethics, and evidence-based medicine.
No, that statement was okay until he said he's contradicting himself.
Evidence-based, eh?
The evidence base is correct. It's very, very correct.
So what
is science? When you say that you respect faiths, faiths don't necessarily always conform to a scientific script. They sometimes go beyond the scientific script because for it to be a miracle, it means what was empirical wasn't working. So then when a solution is found, it goes beyond what was empirical. That's now faith. So I understand what he's trying to say. Let me not be overcritical here.
Right.
And I agree with him. This business of people claiming that they have healed, even Jesus, when he healed, he told those who had been healed, please go and report to the priests. Go and have them determine that you're actually well.
Right.
Go.
Apana.
Go. Go. Let it be determined that you're well.
Yeah.
So he is right. In this respect, yes.
Yeah, because he says any claims of miraculous healing, especially by licensed medical practitioners, must be supported by verifiable, scientifically proven medical evidence.
I agree with him completely.
Yeah. So if, for example, Mungala Mbuvi has a cold, you can hear he has a cold, you can see he has a running nose, for example, you have seen that he has a fever, so you know Mbuvi is sick. And I can call on a Pastor CT. And in 2 seconds, Mbuvi is okay. The fever is suddenly gone. The running nose disappeared.
What I'm marveling at is why pastors are good news, my shepherd. I thought you might throw maybe some prophet into it or something.
Okay, Prophet CT.
Yes.
Prophet CT puts hands on. And then I am healed. Then we should know at what point was Mbuvi determined to be sick.
Yes.
You know, did he go to a health center? Which health center is this?
Not only that, had Mbuvi taken medication?
Right, for this illness.
And the medication may be slow acting.
Yes.
So by the time CT was preferring this hand on his head
this
activity,
healing. Yes.
the medicine was actually taking effect. And Buffy was actually getting better as a result of the medication.
And you know, some of these ailments that have been healed by the prophets include things such as, you know, naitwaje kitu,
arthritis.
Si arthritis, hii ingine unatembeanga na vijiti.
Or the ones who are crippled.
Crippled, yeah. So cripples are being...
People who have disabilities.
Exactly. They're being healed. So like someone couldn't walk since they were born, or probably they had an accident, a very bad one, and then now they can no longer walk, their limbs are no longer working. Then suddenly they just throw away the whatever walking sticks and they are jumping and running. Those who couldn't see.
How do we know that person could not walk before?
Exactly. So this person couldn't see, and then suddenly now they can see.
Or maybe that person has been set up to perform that particular act.
You see, that's the question we are asking, because there's a certain time the current MP for, is it Nyali? Mohaji Chopevu. Kuna wakati alifanya expose wakati alikuwa journalist. And he exposed a certain prophet who claimed to heal the deaf, the blind, the dumb who couldn't talk, and cripples and other kinds of ailments. And when that expose was done, I actually felt really bad. I felt bad because a part of my Christianity had actually been bruised.
It should be.
Yeah.
There is miraculous healing.
There is miraculous healing.
And people have been healed from conditions that you cannot explain. They've gone to hospital, they've checked, and indeed that person doesn't have the problem.
Right.
Somebody had a growth. Known this thing is malignant. Prayed for, the thing has vanished, and people are saying, this thing was here the other day. Where did it go?
Walai tuliona.
Ndio hii.
X-ray ndio hii. MRI ndio hii.
Yes.
CT scan ndio hii.
Yes. And then they're charlatans. People who, we've seen them also. People confessing and saying, actually, you know me, I was paid. I was told that if I come and I say A, B, C, D, then I will be given this money. And the reason I'm coming here is I was only given half.
Right. There's a lady, actually, now that you've mentioned, I've remembered. There's a lady, she's called Mwende. Went to this particular prophet I'm talking about. Mwende alikuanga na mdomo, I think Mwende is now deceased if I'm not wrong. Alienda na mdomo ikiwa sideways. Alikuwa anaongea, that was her ailment. And akaombewa, akapigwa kofi, pa! Ile mdomo ikarudi normal. I was watching this on TV. Let me not lie to you, I was laughing. And then suddenly she started talking vizuri.
Normally.
Nimeombewa, nimepona. Sasa naweza ongea mzuri. And I was like, okay. Then she was exposed. And I was like, no guys, this is now going too far.
Yes, ameambiwa unajua hii sasa.
Akapatiwa pesa, of course, ndio aseme
kuna balance.
Uponyaji.
Kuna balance libaki. Sasa yeye akaona hii sasa si fiti.
Akaona acha tu ni expose huyu mzee.
Na tulikuwa tumekubaliana vizuri.
Right.
Sasa huyu jamaa inaonekana.
Yes.
Now, because they are charlatans, and they've always been and they will always will be. But it doesn't diminish the fact that there is miraculous healing.
Right.
But it must be tested, my friend.
I also believe so.
If you're healed, then it should be subjected to testing so that we know that you actually are genuinely healed.
So one of the prophets actually has said, he welcomes this move by the CS. He says, feel free, by the way, to investigate all my...
all the individuals who have been healed.
Yes, all the guys I've healed.
During my crusades.
Then mkuje mniambie. Sasa swali ni, wewe unajua nani alikuwa kwa crusade akaponywa?
My friend, there are people who have gone through those crusades with the wheelchairs.
The question is, how will you know that guy and where he lives? How will you track him down or her down so that you can ask him or her, come here city, have you been healed by this prophet? What ailment did you have? Which hospital did you go to? And so on and so forth.
Where the problem arises is not even with the prophet, the healer, but the team he has.
Yes.
You will find people within that particular ministry who are businessmen.
Yeah.
Their purpose is to make money. And this is a good way of making it.
Right.
So they think. I would venture to add, man, look for some way of making money.
Tafadhali.
Hii biashara kujaribu kuchanga Mungu. Haitakuletea shida.
Let me just give guys a quick traffic update here. Ngong Road is not looking bad this particular morning. It's the 5th day of January 2025, 26, sorry. And I can see a little bit of traffic around Ring Road, Kilimani. That junction as you're joining Ngong Road. So if you're coming from Eagle Rescue Services, hizo side za International Friends Center, is it Friends International Center that way? That place kuna katrafiki kidogo. Sehemu za Prestige Plaza katrafiki kidogo too, but that's because of number one, the matatu stage, and perhaps people heading to work, coming from their residential areas, heading into the CBD. Another situation is around where if you're on Kindaruma Road, ukielekea mahali panaitwa Amira Massage Plaza, Massage and Spa. Yeah, that particular area. There's a lot of traffic there. I wonder why. Nothing seems to point as to why we have traffic there, but it is there. Also, another situation is at Kenyatta Odiwuor and Company, that junction. A little bit of a complete red line actually turning maroon. So that tells you it's a bit held up. Then everywhere else, I'm looking at Langata Road, for example, not looking bad. Raila Odinga Way looking clean at this particular minute. Also looking at this situation around Muhoho Avenue, not looking bad. However, if you're approaching Kiganjo Avenue, there's some construction there, hence also some traffic, but everything else is moving quite okay. Mombasa Road, nothing to complain about as far as traffic is concerned. The entire expressway looks good also. Heading over to this is Next Gen Mall, all the way going back to a little bit of traffic actually at Imara Daima. And this is on the main highway, but again, it's because of that particular stage that is usually there. People, of course, trying to get back to work. So you expect a little bit of traffic around those particular areas. Embakasi, hapa ni wapi? Airport North Road, yes. Formerly Taj Mall. Hapo kuna ka traffic kidogo, but it's a yellow line, so that means that you guys are moving. Stuck, but moving nonetheless. Moving way back to Outer Ring Road, no complaints coming through whatsoever. Then tuangalie wapi. Tuangalie Mombasa kidogo. Tuone kama mambo yamebadilika mwaka huu wa 2026. Seeing some traffic around New Nyali Bridge. Complete traffic there. Actually, it's at a standstill. Then we also have another standstill traffic. This is at the junctions of Biashara Street, Kisauni Road and Faza Road, Muyaka Road as well. Mali hizo barabara zote nne zinapatana, kumekamatana. Haile Selassie Road pia ninaona iko na traffic kidogo, lakini baada ya hapo ukielekea Msanifu Kombo Road kila kitu kinafunguka. Tufanye hivi, ukiona chochote pale barabarani ambacho ungependa kutuambia ili tuweze kuambia watu, hebu tueleze. Do I know where Garissa is? Do we have traffic in Garissa? Garissa, nikiangalia, no, this is Garashi. Garissa inakuanga wapi? And I know where it is. Nikishapata tu Kitui maliko, nitapata Garissa. So, yeah, here we are. No, this is not the place. But yeah, I'm looking at the rest of the map. You guys are moving quite well all over the country. You know what? I'll find Garissa where it is. Then I'll come and let you know how the traffic is around that particular area. City Muga, uko na gazeti gani tuanzie nayo?
Mimi iko na gazeti inaitwa Daily Nation. Daily Nation
wanasema namna gani?
Daily Nation niko na online variety yake.
And uko na online version.
Ile version ile. And there are many things that this paper has to say this morning. Let's read the headlines.
Right.
How Donald Trump is reshaping the world. Okay.
Clearly he is.
How top civil servants reap big in $2 billion pay rise. Okay, good for them.
Civil servants, eh?
Yeah,
2 billion you've said. Okay.
Out of cabbage, January go to meal now costs up to 170 shillings.
What? Cabbage? Cabbage?
Yeah.
Okay.
In my language, it is cabbage.
Cabbage.
Yes. Junior school interns to wait until 2027 for permanent job.
Right.
Equitable share to counties up amount as share of revenue falls. Okay?
Right.
These are the headlines.
All right. You say that is what? The Daily Nation?
This is the Daily Nation.
All right.
Okay? And of course, they also mention C.S. Duale on Pastor Woods, Medics, huwezi kwenda shule, usimame crusade to claim unsubstantiated miraculous healings. Ayon sawa tu. Okay? That is the Daily who?
Daily Nation.
Daily Nation.
Right.
Let me look at the Standard newspaper and see what they have to say. The Standard have the following to say. Okay. Why Trump moves are giving African leaders sleepless nights.
Okay.
Gachagua slams Ruto, calls on U.S. to probe stolen Minnesota funds. My friend, why is this guy dealing with history?
Who?
Gachagua. They've been probing this thing for the longest time.
Yeah.
People are in jail. Hii mambo ya Minnesota.
Yeah. Actually, forget jail. There are those who've been deported.
Yes.
Actually, if you look at if you're an ardent fan of TikTok, the number of deported Somalis complaining on TikTok, they're like, give me back my passport. Bwana wala watu ni wengi, watu wamelia, ni kubaya. It's crazy. That Minnesota thing is crazy. You know, I didn't know the depth of it until I started reading deep into now
Good for you.
outlets such as Akina CNN, BBC. And I'm telling you.
But do you know when it happened?
When it started happening.
Yeah, now, do you know the issue that brought about the so-called Minnesota issue? Wajua ilianza lini?
Ilianza lini?
Wakati wa COVID baba.
Eh. Oh yeah, kwa sababu hapo ndio wakati watu wengi sana walianza apply for welfare.
The government was able to reimburse people who are providing welfare services.
Yes.
There was a loophole in it.
Yeah.
And so long as you had a registered organization, you claim to do certain things, they would reimburse you. Okay.
One thing they're not even mentioning as much as I think they should is the fact that also the non-Somalis who've been caught up in this particular situation, citizens, Caucasian citizens who've been caught up in this particular melee from other counties who came, counties in this case I mean other states who came to Minnesota to take advantage of that particular loophole.
Do you know why this thing is such a big thing?
Yeah.
It's the amounts involved. This has not happened. This was extraordinary.
Yeah.
Yes, it was not your average pilfering where somebody takes $2 or $3. This was a lot of money.
9 billion.
Iyo pesa ni mingi by any standards.
Yeah. And according to some sources, they're saying that it could even go double that 9 billion.
Easily. The thing is this, people trying to scam the system that has been there for the longest time. When you look and read about stories from that part of the world, they're replete with such stories. This one stood out. The sheer audacity and the sheer amounts, it was something else. Yes. But then also, the sheer carelessness. It's like...
Of who?
The thieves. You actually think...
Right.
That a country with the system that country has, at some point they will not notice that there's a problem. Somebody that clever to have a system where there's so much money, you think they're not clever to follow up their money. You know,
but how did it happen for this period of time without them noticing? And there's actually one...
No, because you will give out the money. There's something called an audit. After you've done this over a period of time, and there are all these entities who claim to provide certain services which you will reimburse them, they will audit.
Yeah.
In the process of auditing...
What realize...
Wait a moment, this thing isn't adding up. Then they'll make a face-to-face visit and saying, hey.
Hapa tumeona kuna mali uli apply for 1.2 million, eh?
So, and we gave you.
Lakini tunaona watoto ulikuwa nao ni wawili.
Explain to us, how does this work out?
Is it a typo?
Yes.
Do you need to reimburse the government some money?
Exactly. So, it's just the normal process.
Yeah.
How do I know this? When you work in the field that we refer to as the NGO world,
yes,
and which I did for a long time, one of the things, NGO in the sense that it was funded projects. There are people who would set up supposed units that were providing certain services for which you could get funding. They were not providing those services.
Yeah.
Then there are people who had names of individuals whom they were paying because they got the grant. These people didn't exist. They got away with this thing for a number of years. Came the audit.
Yeah.
And some of them thought they were clever, so they would do it here, they would do it there. What they forgot, all these details and all these names that you have enter a system.
Yes.
Sooner rather than later, some names will appear as duplicates. IDs will appear as duplicates. You know, this African thinking. Because I register somebody in Siaya, they will not understand it's Kisumu County. Same system.
Yes. So tukaimport ujinga yetu ya hapa huko.
Yes. Now, I saw it happening here.
Yeah.
And many NGOs got shut down because of that. People had been earning or making money from people who didn't exist.
Yes.
Okay? Now,
ghost workers.
We call them ghost workers, yes.
Yeah.
So, people who are that diligent to the point where they have the money, to the point where they can actually give you some to do what you want to do, they are smart enough to also know when their money is being stolen. But because they'll want evidence, they'll take their time.
Yeah. Gather this evidence.
Yes, they will. You will actually think they don't see. They know. They're just gathering evidence. When they land on you, believe me, they have all the evidence they know, and you are going to jail. Court is just a small place where you stop just to greet people, but you're going to jail.
There is, do I call him like an attorney? No. He's the equivalent of a DPP in that particular state, who even retired while still investigating this thing and carried the file forward to his successor. Now it is the successor and they did it for an entire year. Successor and amekuja amesema, now after we have done all this,
now let's move.
I have counter-checked even what my predecessor did. Now this is the conclusion we have, and as we continue with the investigation, just to confirm a few, dotting I's and crossing T's, my friend, this is what is happening.
No, they have you by the short and curly.
Yeah.
There's no more guessing here. They know. And there were rumors, of course, at the FBI in Kenya investigating where the money went to.
Right.
So they're detailed. They are very detailed.
If they can go to Venezuela and capture a president in a military base, sembuse mtu ameiba pesa yao hapa Kenya, they will come for you.
That's an interesting story.
Yeah. The Maduro story?
Yeah, let's touch on this Maduro story since you're talking about the details.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. How far back do we want to go with this story? Because remember, California, Texas, those are part of Mexico. The one thing that the settlers in America did, they followed a very it's now well documented pattern. They would go to the natives of the country and claim they want to buy land. I often wonder, the language that they were speaking with these people is the same language that some colonialists signed a deal with a Maasai chief called Lelana about land. Lelana did not speak a word of English. And there's an agreement apparently.
And that he signed
on it. I don't think that fellow could write either. Okay? Now, when you look at the processes by which they acquired land in America, Mexico, or what was Mexico then, just followed a pattern. You create a situation where a war is created or a fight. Now, in that fight, you end up taking over that place and you never move. It's now yours. Maduro, on the other hand, if you ask me, it isn't. Yes, there's the prowess of the Americans, yes. But let's go back to how it is Osama bin Laden was captured. He was in Pakistan, was he not?
Yes, he was.
Okay. The question that I want to ask is it possible to enter a sovereign state and do what they did without the compliance of the sovereign state that you're going to? There must be individuals within that country who have made it possible for you. And in Maduro's case, my opinion, it is the people around him who had been compromised.
I am of the same idea because from the story is that he was in a military base. It's like our own president being at Moe Air Base, like Kipia Air Base, Kahawa Barracks, or whatever. Fortified.
It's a military base. And secondly, dictators, because this guy was one of these very horrible dictators. A reminder of the 1960s and 70s dictators of Latin America. Terrible person, this one.
Right.
They tend to have elite forces. And those fellows are trained properly.
And well compensated.
Yes. Now, those fellows would have put up a fight.
Because according again to the reports, no one was killed.
Nobody.
not on the American side, not on the Venezuela side. Ni kumaanisha kuna mtu alisema kujeni, ingieni hapa.
No, bila hiyo kulikuwa ni ngapi?
Of course. That one is let's not even.
No, we have to mention it. We have to mention it.
Yeah, like I'm saying, it's not even. It's obvious.
We have to mention it because it must be a decent amount.
Someone was told,
not someone.
Several people.
There are people who are told, bro.
Shikai.
Look, we don't have a problem with you, even your country. This guy.
It's just that guy.
This particular guy. Please allow us. There's a guy called Noriega.
Panama.
Same thing. You know, when I read that for the first time, I said, wait a moment. Wait.
Same script.
Same. And the accusations were the same. Drug, nini. The accusations always hide the larger, greater intention that these people likely have. And it's not as though they had it a week before. Remember, there's a guy called Hugo Chavez.
Yes.
Hugo Chavez was loved. To understand what we're saying, do you think that they would have done that with Hugo Chavez? There would have been a fight. There would have been a big fight.
Yeah.
This one, there was no fight.
These guys walked in, walked
no
out
fight.
within minutes.
That guy, his wife, and my friend, his guy sold him out.
Of course, he was sold out. Because in a country, and I'm taking an example of Kenya, in a country where, first of all, in our capital, we have several military bases. By the time mukuja kuchukua mtu Kahawa Barracks.
So, it means mnajua kwa hapo.
Si ndio? Mumemkujia Kahawa Barracks. Ndege zilishatoka Moi Airbase. Ndege zilishatoka Laikipia Airbase, zinakuja kwanza tu kudeal na nini. Na hizi ndege zenyu zenye mmekuja nazo. Because from the footage I saw, there were several helicopters. So we have also our own helicopters that have come to engage you. Then kuna watu wanatoka hapa Ulinzi, hapa Langata Barracks, wamekuja kudeal na nyinyi. Kuna mbogi ingine pia imetoka pale nini, kunaitwa aje hapa DOD, kudeal na nyinyi. So there is no way you'll just come capture an individual
on Wayaki way.
Or there's another one.
Yes.
Also in Karen,
yes,
next to the VP residence.
Yes.
There's another one.
Yes.
So we're talking about just in the capital alone, like some 7 or so barracks that you have to deal with before you capture this particular individual. Or as you're getting him away, they will have to engage with you. And you want to tell me that in Venezuela, from what I have seen, this guy was just picked, taken, and not a single gunshot from the locals was fired.
Yes, but also, when you talk about the wealth of Venezuela, how did it benefit the citizenry?
Come again?
How did it benefit the citizenry? It didn't.
Because one thing that also came out from this whole Maduro thing is the citizens were very calm after everything happened.
Yes, they didn't kick a fuss.
The ones in the diaspora were celebrating. The ones at home did not, because they were like, hey, never celebrate Nishikwe. So those ones, they are just chill. Actually, I saw several lines at ATMs. People were just withdrawing their monies because they were like, we don't know what is going to happen going forward. But the rest of the world, Venezuelans in America, in the UK, in Germany, these guys were celebrating and holding bashes in the streets. They were like, yeah, finally.
You know, the unusual thing is that when they had the election, the equivalent of the AU condemned it, said this thing was not fair. The observers, there's nobody who gave the election results a thumbs up. They all said this thing. And the thing is, this man was repressive.
Yeah.
That wealth that people speak of, if your citizens don't enjoy it, what use do they have for you? Hugo Chavez changed people's lives completely. People who ordinarily would never have had an education got an education. People who knew they were downtrodden and their lives would never change, had their lives changed. That man was worshipped. This fellow, the complete opposite.
So now, of course, the vice president, I'm forgetting her name, she called Felicity.
Don't worry about the name.
Anyway, so the VP of Venezuela came out and said, you have kidnapped our president, murudisheni. Mnakuja jitu hapa mnachukua mtu wetu nyinyi. Who do you think you are? And then,
those are the sort of noises she's supposed to make anyways. So
of course. So I was listening to some analysts who are saying that this lady, she has got 2 options. Number 1, maintain a hardline, keep on talking bad about the US. Because if she doesn't, then that means she's probably facing a coup, or perhaps even facing a situation whereby America comes and takes her also, or she decides to play ball with America and then still endures.
She's called Delcy Rodriguez.
Delcy Rodriguez. So the situation in that country right now is just dicey and tricky. I really hope and pray that, because what Trump said after that, the president of America said they're going to go in, they will control that country, control their oil. He said, and this I'm paraphrasing, of course, but in his words.
You're saying exactly what he said.
Yeah, he said, he'll take in experts from America to go and streamline the oil industry in Venezuela. And I was like, why not just use the experts in Venezuela? Because I'm sure they have experts in Venezuela.
They do.
Yes?
They do.
So why not just use the experts in that country to streamline the oil in that country?
My friend, it'll be a while before we ever see someone like Trump again. So let's just keep studying him.
Na akasema pia they are going to ensure that they will not get another Maduro in that country. So not only are they going to control that place in every other way, but politically that country is cooked.
What I find scary, remember I read a headline there about African leaders. If someone doubted that the West still have a very big say as to who becomes the leader of our country,
yes,
there you have it. I'm reminded of 2007, 2008 when we had a problem. The lady called Condoleezza Rice.
Yes, that time she was the Secretary of State, yes.
You know what she came and told us?
What did she say?
Said, you two, Kibaki Raila, find a solution or we'll find one for you. Our boys found a solution very quickly.
Yeah.
I think they understood what they were being told.
Nusumkate.
They were told, guys, we're not going to let this country go down the tube. And if you two can't make up your mind and fix this thing, we will fix it for you. Yes. We are independent, yes, but not as independent as we think. No. The big boys will still tell us what to do, and they'll tell our leaders what to do.
Yeah.
Yes. Just a simple... They allow us to make noise every once in a while and say the sort of thing that you and I are now saying. But that's considered harmless, really.
Yeah.
Yes, it's not even inciting. We're just talking. And it gives you a semblance of freedom.
Right.
That we have freedom to speak the way it's freedom that you're allowed to have. Okay? True freedom and true independence comes when the citizens of a country support the leadership fully because they believe that leadership looks after their interest.
Analysts were asking, now what is stopping Putin from abducting President Zelensky of Ukraine? Because of now what has happened with America. Now America doesn't have any moral high ground of telling them, no, you cannot do this to Ukraine.
And when, I find it a strange statement. When did they have the moral high ground exactly?
Who? America?
Yes, when?
Because they've been saying, telling.
No, that's what they do, they say. But what is moral high ground that they have exactly?
So they were saying also, what is stopping China from doing the same to Taiwan?
Yes, but that narrative is this anti-non-American narrative that they've always had. If it's China, there's something bad about it.
Yes.
If it's Russia, there's something bad about it. If it's Northern Korea, there's something bad about it. All these countries are people who live there.
Yeah.
And they haven't left the country, have they?
No, they haven't.
So, if it's that bad, why are they still in the country?
What is stopping North Korea, Kim Jong-un, from just swooping in and taking the leader of South Korea in Pyongyang? Or is it Seoul?
So, Pyongyang is... The point I'm trying to make is this. There's what falls under the broad category of Western propaganda.
Yeah.
Probably American propaganda. There are people who actually study this subject and they're rather good at it.
Yes.
And they always make sure that they send out messages that make you, enable you to, they call it social engineering.
Yeah.
They get you to start thinking about things in a certain way, look at it in another way. But this year has begun with a bang.
Oh, it has.
And we're in for some very interesting times.
It definitely has. As we cross over to that particular hour, to the next hour rather, Beatrice Omanu wanasema Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too. Bobby Klepsy, the only power I know is that where Dr. Owor is, there is no network. He has the power to take away the network. Yeah, and stop traffic. Then there's Simon Mwihu amesema good morning Team Radio Generation and Happy New Year 2026. Thank you very much, Simon. Amesema ama tuachane na Singapore tuende Venezuela. Unaonaje City? Festy Royals is saying, Happy New Year, friends. Trump is basically trying to intimidate other countries' leaders to do what USA wants. Don't be surprised the Maduro guy was in play. Hii ni mchezo wa towning. Let's discuss other things. Well, Festy, interesting perspective. We're taking a short break, but when we return, of course, the People's Breakfast continues. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The DPP has directed the Inspector General of Police to expedite investigations into the South Sea building collapse that occurred on January 2nd, 2026. Police must submit a full report to the DPP within 7 days. The probe will hold all responsible parties accountable, whether public or private. IG Douglas Kanja is expected to record statements from the contractor and other key individuals. This comes as multi-agency team recovered one body from the debris of the 14-story building. The family of a Salama police officer who was killed in Nyahururu has demanded justice and speedy investigation into his death. Constable Abel Kimanzi's wife recounted receiving the devastating news of his killing, while his father said the family remains in dark about the progress of investigations. Kimanzi, who was attached to Salama police post in Laikipia West constituency, was stabbed to death on Friday evening during an altercation.
I didn't know anything that was going on until a police officer, who happened to be his colleague in a different, and who is my neighbor, called me and asked me if I had information about my husband. And I told her I had no information about him. So she came over to my house. After coming over to my house, she asked me to call my husband. I called him, the phone was going through, but he was not picking the call.
The in-law to my son, and I learned that my son was murdered at night. I was given so many stories, rumors, and did not get the right thing. Kwa hivyo naomba serikali inipatie haki.
Police in Marsabit County have arrested 2 individuals suspected of procuring an illegal abortion following an operation conducted in the area. The DCI says officers apprehended a 23-year-old woman, Morme Wario, together with a 50-year-old man identified as Haron Muthuri, a suspected and licensed practitioner who allegedly carried out the procedure. The arrest followed alarming reports from Malkalakore village in Dibrgombo, where residents found a lifeless male fetus estimated to be about 6 months old, wrapped in clothing. Police responded to the scene, recovered the body and transferred it to Marsabit Referral Mortuary. President William Ruto has issued a warning to civilians in West Pokot found with illegal firearms, ordering them to surrender the weapons immediately. Addressing an interdenominational service in Chesombor, the president said those in possession of guns must hand them over without delay. He warns that failure to do so will result in forcible seizure and several legal action.
Na mimi nataka nitangaze nikiwa hapa. Kila mtu mwenye bado wako na bunduki, na wewe si polisi, na uko na bunduki kwako, my friend, please, harakisha. Lete bunduki, patia kwa bishop, patia kwa polisi. Usipofanya hivyo, we are going to come for it. Tutakuja kuchukua hiyo bunduki. Na tukikuja kuchukua hiyo bunduki, utakipata. Si nimesema mapema mchana? Muwafikishie habari. Na kama wanataka kujua, waulize wale walikuwa na bunduki hapa. Ni mnanielewa?
The United Nations Security Council is due to meet today after US attacked Venezuela and deposed its president Nicolas Maduro. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has described the move as setting a dangerous precedent. According to diplomatic reports, Colombia, backed by Russia and China, requested the meeting of the 15-member council. Maduro and his wife Celia Flores are set to face charges in the Southern District of New York today, including narco-terrorism conspiracy and cocaine importation. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? Where are you tuned in from? I hope wherever it is, you are safe and sound. Umerudi kazini. Kama hujarudi, tuambie huko ni wapi unafanya kazi. So that we can see kama tunaweza patia watu kazi huko. Au sio? All right. Sitimuga, welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's something you were saying in the previous hour. I'd like us to recap just a little bit before we went for the break. And it's about this Venezuela story. Of course, there are some people who are saying that the main reason why the US has invaded, Venezuela, or rather abducted or kidnapped their leader, wasn't necessarily because he was a bad person, but they were using it as a precursor just to take control of the oil in that particular country. In your opinion, because we've seen this script before, it's not like it's the first time it's happening. You've mentioned Panama. We also know something similar happened. They didn't necessarily kidnap or abduct the leaders in these countries, but once they got into those countries, things changed. We're talking about Libya, Iraq, and Iraq, because I remember America did accuse Iraq of weapons of mass destruction. They went in there. They didn't find these weapons, but stayed there for very many years after they get.
They knew very well those weapons weren't there.
Mm.
It's obvious over time that they knew those weapons weren't there. When you have former prime ministers of the UK coming up and saying, in the vaguest, most non-definitive terms, how they weren't properly informed, they didn't know about this and the other, they knew what they were doing.
Mm.
They knew exactly what they were doing. They knew very well that Iraq did not have those weapons. They knew.
Yeah. So this was just one
that was the narrative they used to attack.
Yeah. Wakasema the reason tunaingia huku ni kwa sababu watu wako na hizi weapons na tutaenda ku make sure that we capture them, disarm them, then we get out. But for the first time, a president has actually just been honest about the situation. We'll take care of their oil. We'll streamline that industry. We will make sure politically things happen in the right way.
Plus, these things he's talking about, why doesn't he just organize his own country?
Mm.
His country doesn't have enough problems.
Of course it does. I remember
the number of people who statistically are living from hand to mouth has increased.
Mm.
The number of people who are not even certain that they will have a meal that day has increased. The number of people who are homeless have increased.
Mm.
Meaning some had homes, now they don't in that context. Okay? The healthcare system that they've had for the longest time is in tatters. America is at a time in its history where it's grappling with things which it has never even grappled with. One could argue that in 1929,
yes,
with the crash of the Wall Street, that people lived in very difficult circumstances. They did, probably even more difficult than now.
Right.
But we know why they were living in difficult circumstances.
Yeah.
But this particular one, there's no Wall Street that has crashed. It is a question of the economy and the resources being managed. There's no time in the history of America where they have owed as much as they do. Once again, there's no time in the history of America where they actually have real challenge for the first time to this supremacy that they've enjoyed for decades and decades and decades.
Yes.
Okay? So it is not one of these very simple things that one can do. It is one of these simple things that America can just do and get away with. In the 60s and 70s, America was very busy in Southeast Asia, in Cambodia, in Vietnam, okay? Then later on, they decided that they were going to take that same attitude towards Afghanistan.
Yeah.
They forgot the Russians had been in Afghanistan for 10 years and they left. They didn't win that war. Americans didn't win the Vietnam War.
Yeah.
The expansionist ideas, remember, these are Europeans. Please understand, Russians are Europeans, except some who are not necessarily Europeans. Russia being a big country, not necessarily.
It spans through Europe and Asia.
It does. But it's a European way of going about business. It's something that they did among themselves for the longest time. And this is just them, even in this new time and age, expanding and doing what they have done.
Yeah.
This idea of going to other people's places and taking over and killing as many people as they possibly can, before they didn't need a narrative. These days, in these modern times, because we have all manner of civil understanding and civil liberties,
yes,
you have to sort of like couch it in something that is a little acceptable. This conversation has removed our sights from Gaza. Israel wouldn't have been as gung-ho as they are if America wasn't supporting them. The BRICS and the other nations have had a lot to say about this.
Yeah.
That's just about it. They have had a lot to say about this. Okay? So here we are.
Actually, now that you've mentioned BRICS, Nani, South Africa was doing drills just the other day with people who are considered adversaries of America. They did drills with China and also did drills with Iran. And of course, America was like, ati mmefanya military drills na nani?
Nelson Mandela put it very well.
Yes, your enemies are not our enemies.
Yes, exactly.
Please,
no, wait, please understand. These people you have a problem with. We don't have a problem with them. We don't have a problem with Yasser Arafat. Okay? We don't have a problem with Cuba. These are our friends. These are people who have supported us. You know, history is important. This nation of Tanzania right now that's grappling with very many issues, for the longest time was a citadel where people who are fighting for freedom for their countries would come to. Tanzania, you know, has 8 neighbors.
Yes.
East, Central, and Southern Africa neighbors. Then, of course, there's the Indian Ocean. People came to Tanzania because that is a place you could actually find respite. These same people, remember, when there was a gentleman called Tito Okello who led a coup in Zanzibar, by the time Afro-Shirazi Party and what they call the Tanganyika African National Union were forming together to form CCM, Chama cha Mapinduzi, Zanzibar was an independent state. It is not as though they were a colony of the mainland Tanzania. But Tanzania was that sort of a country, okay, where people could go. When Rwanda had their problems, Rwandese came to Tanzania. There are people of Rwandese origin who are Tanzanians. When Burundi had their problem, the same thing. People from DRC. But then, by virtue of having 8 neighbors, it means there are very many communities that you find on all their borders.
Yeah.
And they share. We talk of the Maasai, isn't it? They are Kambas in Tanzania just as they are in Kenya.
Wakikuyu wako pia.
They are Kurias. They are Luos. They are Pokots. They are Samias. You go to Uganda, it's the same. When you look at just the composition of East and Central Africa, and you look at the communities that live there, we should be just about the most cohesive region. And for this simple reason, West Africa share similarities with us. But since I come from East Africa, I'm focusing on East Africa. The divisions that we keep speaking of, the differences that we keep speaking of, are things that people have pointed out and made us believe are there. Those who share communities across borders are the evidence that we actually don't have those differences. Because to date, people still live easily without too much of a problem. Instead of trying to find a way in which we can help our neighbor Tanzania, because they do have a problem and they need help, and to be supportive, when you have interference of the sort that in its extremity is what we are seeing in Venezuela, then we start looking at each other as enemies as opposed to looking at each other as East Africans who need to actually find a way of working together. because that's what we need to do. But the moment somebody focuses on the differences, because that seems to be the narrative, it's someone else's narrative, instead of looking at the similarities which we have, which are infinitely greater than the differences that we have. Why don't we look at our country, Kenya, for instance? We, in the absence of an election, Kenyans are a very cohesive lot. It's not as though we don't know where our neighbors come from, we do, but it doesn't matter.
Yes.
So, why is it then that when we have an election, it suddenly matters? A narrative has been spread, and suddenly your mind is captivated by this narrative, and you forget everything else that you've enjoyed in the last 4 years with this person, and suddenly their tribe seems to be the focus of your attention. That captive narrative is exactly what the Americans are being fed now. And usually you're fed that narrative when somebody has failed to sort out problems that they have internally. So your mind is taken elsewhere. Because the problems America has are many. Now, when you talk about spheres of influence, and I'm glad you talked about South Africa.
Right.
What I love about South Africa is that they've been very clear about their relationship with America. When they got their independence, one of the things they said, there are these very many corporations that supported apartheid. We understand and we know them. But the path we want to follow is this. The Chinese made inroads into the southern part of Africa a very long time ago.
Yeah.
The Tazara Railway was Chinese built. Zimbabwe, the elite forces, this is Mnangagwa, and the troops, he's a general, the troops that he led, he himself, they were Chinese trained. But China at that time did not have the might it has now. The might that China has now is the US's biggest threat right now. Because it is not just a military might. Their military might is something else. But
economic.
That's it.
That's the one.
And they did not acquire it in the dark. It was in broad daylight when everybody was watching. There's something about success and how it blinds you. The West got caught up in their own narrative of how successful they are. They forgot to look east, and they forgot to understand that these guys had just dug in.
Yeah.
And all the while, they were just busy building themselves. And now they have built themselves. There is no sphere that America was strong in that China is not stronger. They're just not chest thumpers like Americans. Americans thump their chest and they talk loudly and they want everybody else to know. The Chinese tell you nothing.
Yeah.
If you're talking about the change in the geopolitics of the world, it's upon us. But why it's important, it will also change our politics. In the previous century, the change in our politics was marked by the fall of the Berlin Wall.
When West and East became one.
Symbolically, that's what it supposedly did. But you see, the ideology of the West versus the East, as they call it, socialism versus capitalism, if you look at the world and if you look at the sort of political narratives and social narratives that have been the mainstay of most nations, the socialist narrative has proven to be a far better tool for making other people's lives better.
Speaking of democracy, there's a story here by Bobby Wine. He has actually tweeted Elon Musk, the richest person on earth now. I don't know if you know that Elon Musk has reached 600 billion shillings in terms of net worth. He reached that mark shortly before Christmas.
I don't honestly follow these things, but when you tell me, I believe because you follow these things.
Yeah. I mean, it was breaking news, literally. Because of the financial markets and what it means, because he owns X and Starlink and Tesla, and so it was really big news. And then he's the only person anyway in recorded history to actually have a net worth of 600 billion US dollars. Now Bobby Wine has tweeted him saying, "Hey Elon Musk, as you cheer the fall of a dictator in Venezuela," this is a tweet from 9 hours ago, "as you cheer the fall of a dictator in Venezuela, here in Uganda, your Starlink has disabled citizens access to its internet just days to the January 15th election, in which we seek to peacefully end Museveni's 40-year-old dictatorship. Like other dictators, Museveni has suffocated free expression, engaged in mass killings, brutally persecuted the opposition, and suppressed citizens' rights, among other atrocities. Please reactivate Starlink internet access in Uganda so that citizens can be able to communicate and stand a fair chance at shaping their destiny. Democracy dies in darkness. One thing I know about Starlink and Elon Musk is that they will not, until this situation with General Muhoozi is taken care of.
What is the situation?
So Uganda iliambia, the Ministry of Communication huko Uganda iliambia watu wa Uganda that you shall not use your Starlink device without getting express permission from General Muhoozi's office. Yeah. But bro, they said it so clearly, Yani, there's no mistaking it. It's not hearsay. It was released. It was an official communique from the government.
Is he now the head of the communication ministry?
I came to discover that Uganda, there's a very thin line. Actually, it's hazy. The line between the military and civilian rule and civilian processes. At any one point, you can find yourself on either side.
Consider how Museveni came into power. Museveni wasn't elected.
Yeah.
He got power by the gun.
That was the first time that he got power, but he's been elected after that several times.
It's the point of entry that I'm referring to.
Okay.
Nigeria, who has had many generals,
including Obasanjo.
Yes. One general, then another, then becoming a civilian. It's not just that. Sudan.
Yes.
Egypt. These places had kings. The people who deposed them were military generals.
Right.
Who were then deposed by other military generals.
Who then gave way now to civilian rule.
But Egypt even tried a little civilian rule. Well, there was a gentleman, there was a group called Muslim Brotherhood.
Yes.
They didn't last very long. And if you look at the history, you'll find America had a role to play in it. The current President El-Sisi, I think, was given the nod and said, why don't you just please take over these fellows? Because they were clear, the Muslim Brotherhood. They were going to impose Sharia law. And precisely said, okay, we have heard you. The point I'm making is, West Africa, East Africa not so much so.
Yes.
West Africa, the number of governments that have been ruled by military officers is very many. And once they start, it's cyclical. One leaves, another one comes. One leaves, another one comes. One leaves, another one comes. And again, in these all these conversations, what you will find is that the person who gets the short end of this particular stick is always the citizen.
Yeah.
While these guys are playing their board game chesses up there as to who should rule, who should not rule.
Who gets what?
That's why the North and the South as to who becomes president became now the norm. Gentleman's agreement, okay?
Yeah.
For this, you come from that region, this other guy can be deputy, then after that, this guy can come from this region.
The other one becomes deputy.
It seems to have worked.
Yeah.
And then their governors are also very strong. There are those who argue that in Nigeria, the governors more or less determine who's going to be president. And they're a powerful lot. And then Nigeria has chiefs who are actually kings. And they're not ceremonial.
The Ogao.
They are not ceremonial. They have powers. Yes, they do.
The Igwes.
Oh, they have powers. They have powers. So, when one talks of Nigeria, or even Ghana, it's a complex web that weaves around certain cultural norms and practices that they have, an element of modernity, and then just the political ethos and the political practice that has been normalized in those countries over time. And that's what we see playing out. But remember, every time you look at the number of people from those countries who left the country to go elsewhere, it tells you of the levels of turmoil that those countries have had.
I'm sympathizing with this situation in Uganda because if you look at, first of all, Starlink presented itself as, that independent internet service provider that you could access from anywhere, including the middle of the ocean, because it doesn't rely on cables. It just relies on that power, the powered satellite dish that receives the signal from heaven.
Then what did it turn out to be?
Sasa, there are certain places where it is switched off, or you're not allowed to operate it because of the laws of that particular land, which is okay because everyone has got their own laws. There are some territories by there you can't use Starlink, and now we understand that one of them is Uganda. And now Elon, it gets to a point whereby Starlink has got to adhere to the rules and regulations of the land that is Uganda. So from where I sit, Bobi Wine will make a lot of noise, but sioni Starlink ikiwashwa huko. Mtangoja.
There are people like Bobi Wine who seem to have been hitting their heads against a rock. But he will not be the first person who seemed to have been following a quest that seems hopeless. And then time and history proves that it wasn't as hopeless as you think.
Yeah.
There's always a season of change. And those who are wise see it. One of the wisest people this region ever had was Julius Nyerere. Julius Nyerere did not wait. He retired. He retired. Okay. Was in CCM. He gave up all those positions over time and let other people take charge.
Yeah.
But he left a system.
You see, what you're saying is actually very true and correct, because he ensured that everything was okay, and he said he was a good dancer, so he knew when to exit the stage.
He knew.
Here's a situation whereby we have, and not just in Uganda alone, we have in several other places where you find the president and his other relatives are in government. These are people who've enjoyed the trappings of power for a very long time. Bobi Wine has said it's a 40-year dictatorship. So we are saying that for 40 years, the family of President Museveni has enjoyed the trappings of power. These guys have never known kusota ni nini.
They knew it once, but they've long since forgotten.
They've forgotten. There are people who were born into this particular situation that they don't understand at all. Kusota ni nini, kulala njaa ni nini, hawajui kunyeshewa ni nini. There are Ugandans who experience that on a daily. But when you talk about just that family alone. So you tell me, even how Museveni himself, and this is just us thinking hypothetically, how would he sit down in his family and tell them, guys, we need to go. Like, we need to go. And then, for him to tell his son, generally, it's time for you to also just bounce.
There's something strange, though, about power, and equally strange about tradition. We had a president who people are blamed for very many things, and many of which are actually quite correct and accurate.
Yeah.
But there are things that are praiseworthy that are not mentioned in the same breath, and they should. President Moi took a stand that was very unusual, but gave us a tradition where we know presidents stay for 2 years, then we know. There's no ifs and buts. We know.
Yeah.
And it is a good thing. Now, if you look at East Africa, Tanzania, Kenya have that tradition. DRC tries, but Burundi tries. Rwanda similar situation as the one we have in Uganda.
Yeah.
Somalia, there are very many problems. Sudan, you can't even begin to speak of those problems. Southern Sudan, now that one is a completely different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
There are things that help a nation stabilize. And when you have two terms and you adhere to it, you may not realize it, but you are adhering to the dictates of the Constitution. So in many ways, in your own little way, you're a constitutionalist. You've understood that this is how we work and this is how our system works. Now, a problem arises when someone wants to tinker with it. Someone wants to find a way of creating maybe a majority so that they can either extend the term or change the Constitution.
Yeah.
Then you destabilize what ordinarily is peaceful. You know why? Irrespective of how much you may not like a president, you know very well that there'll be an election.
Yeah.
And you can elect him. And even if you can't elect him out, after 2 terms, they have to leave. That safety valve makes it possible for there to be harmony. If that safety valve is removed, we'll have a completely different situation. People feel, no, wait, this guy wants to rule this thing forever. I said, no, this is not what we agreed on.
Yeah.
Okay? I do not know what Museveni's plan is, but it had better be a good one.
You know, I remember taking my my daughter for swimming when she was, you know, in her 3-4 years of age. Wakati wa kwenda home ukifika city ilikuwa ni vita.
Oh yes, watoto na maji.
Because she cannot imagine leaving that playground.
And she's having the time of her life.
Yes, the sun is setting. It's actually becoming cold.
Bas.
Other children have left the pool. They are now, you know, showering and changing. Getting this child out of the water is a problem. So I'm comparing this with what is facing President Museveni, because even if he wanted to leave right now, kuna watu wamekuwa what you call the cronies. Kuna cronies wamekuwa kienjoy hizi power juu yako. Forget even now the family you can convince them, wambie, look, let's create a package for ourselves, we live with it. But kuna cronies, my friend, how will you, these people have been enjoying for the last 40 years, they've been eating.
You only need to look at Zimbabwe if you want that example. Look at Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
Uncle Bob had been there for so long, got old, got senile, was still there.
Yeah.
In answer to the thing that you're saying, there are people who are benefiting from his still being in power.
Yeah. I really hope, I'm praying for Uganda. Dr. Miguna, of course, has responded to Bobby Wine. He has told him, you are so ignorant to refer to Maduro as a Venezuelan dictator. Shame on you. So how should he refer to Maduro?
I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Maybe you ought to tell us how he would refer to Maduro. Maybe you ought to tell us how he would refer to Maduro.
Yeah. Justice Hunter amesema Elon Musk will do nothing. You had 5 years to engage Silicon Valley for solutions on the complete internet shutdown challenge, but usually stop in Boston when you visit the US. Not even Trump can help you. You see how Machado has been sidelined after capturing Maduro? Yeah, okay. Joseph Kalimu amesema, I don't think Starlink is wrong in disabling usage in Uganda. Firstly, Starlink is not given license to operate in Uganda. Those who do so are doing it illegally. And so while I sympathize with your struggles in Uganda, I don't think internationally hapa kuna typos mingi sana. But anyway, this Joseph Kalimbe guy is saying that Starlink doesn't even have a license to operate there to begin with. So their goose is cooked as far as Starlink is concerned. And so there are so many other things that are being said here as far as this situation is concerned. And like I said, I sympathize with this country called Uganda.
Why do you sympathize? Remember,
yeah,
the narrative of Uganda is incomplete. If you do not go back in the history of Uganda, and you look at the time of voting,
yeah,
the number of times that Obote,
Yes. Can you just kindly just touch that thing again?
the time that Obote was actually in power,
Mm-hmm.
the first time that Obote was removed from power.
I like the way you're repeating. Continue as you look for the solution.
Well, I am not going to stop looking for the solution.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The thing that I know for a fact is this.
Yeah. Not yet Uhuru. Chukua tu hiyo microphone ingine.
Can you hear me?
Let me switch it on. Yes, now I can hear you.
The thing about the Ugandan situation is that Museveni brought stability that Uganda had not had for very many years. The Idi Amin years were horrific.
Yeah.
Again.
All right, now I can hear you. They were horrific.
And there are people who lived through that period who would consider the Museveni period as a blessed period, where the vast majority of Ugandans were safe,
Yes.
and the vast majority of the Ugandans are saying that they can do things that ordinarily they could not do.
Right.
So, yes, Museveni has been there for 40 years. But remember I said earlier on that when you look at some of these things that we have a tendency for criticizing, we also need to balance it and ask ourselves a simple question: have there been benefits to this rule?
Yeah.
Tanzania, that has a system similar to the Chinese Communist Party, where you get changes in leadership, and it is structured as such. Okay. When somebody refers to a dictator, use the word dictator,
Yes.
you are referring to somebody who has assumed all the powers. Even the ones that they've delegated, they have assumed. But maybe someone doesn't understand NRM well. You know why? The military entity that took over Uganda had a hierarchy and had members.
Yes.
And there are people who, at the time, even when they were entering Kampala and the time they were fighting, Kagame was among the people who worked with Museveni. He was an intelligence officer. Both Kagame and Museveni had people who were their superiors at that particular point in time.
Right.
One doesn't ever hear of them anymore. But the truth of the matter is that they brought about and they restored the country to what it had been in a time that many people did not remember. And I'm speaking about the two in tandem. When one looks at their system of leadership, the question you want to ask is, what is their succession plan? Because you must die at some point. You will get old, you may get sick.
Yes.
We all die at some point.
True story.
Because in the absence of that succession plan, because in our earlier talk we were saying, look at Kenya and our succession plan, we have a succession plan. We know. If a deputy president, we have 10 years maximum. After every 5 years, we go for an election. We have a system. These countries also have a system where they say they have an election.
Yes.
But the percentages by which they win are unrealistic. They are completely unrealistic. It is impossible
Yes.
to win by 99%, 97%, 98%, 96%. It is impossible.
Maximum 60.
60 is really good.
Yeah. And you're only pushing it.
60 is really, really good.
Can I tell you what also President Museveni has said about the US capturing President Maduro? So according to UBC Uganda, this is their official broadcast, it's their KBC. Wamesema hivi, Americans' actions in Venezuela are still unclear. We have yet to learn what is really happening. Although the Americans are powerful in the air and navy, but if they come within close range on land, we can defeat them. This is the president of Uganda saying this through the official broadcaster. What do you think about what do you think about America coming via land?
Let me explain something that you may not understand.
Yes.
There are countries on this particular continent
Yeah.
that have needed to get the help of both Uganda and Rwanda to stabilize their countries.
Okay.
Equatorial Guinea,
Yes.
Uncle Museveni
Yeah.
has been of great assistance to these people. Remember, people who take over government through a war have fighting fit people. And I was telling you about the organization of NRM and the people who were there.
Yes.
Many of these generals were given positions within government. Many.
Yes.
Many were made advisors. Museveni, I think, has 141 advisors.
Huh?
141 advisors.
The same way our president has 20. He has 141.
Yes.
Okay.
The job of an advisor comes in office, a four-wheel drive, some members of staff,
Of course.
and a decent amount of money as an upkeep on a monthly basis.
Yes.
And after every 3 years, the delightful SUV is a newer
Renewed.
is renewed. A new model is given to you.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
the number can increase. He can decide how many advisors he wants. In my opinion, that is a very smart way of ensuring that the people who helped support you bring about change get rewarded.
Cronism.
Absolutely so. We see it in this country politically,
Yes.
and we complain and we call it tribalism. If people supported you with money during your election or during your campaign, they don't support you because you are their relative. They support you because they expect to be rewarded. So when people are rewarded, we find that there is a direct correlation between what people consider to be the support given you, which are now demonstrated by the number of votes that are received by the reward that you should get.
Okay.
It's how our politics has grown over time. But it is the way political parties and political politics works. I've used a double term, political politics, for this reason. When you look at party politics and the way parties are structured, where they work, when a party wins an election, there's a reward system. They all have reward systems. It's the way parties, political parties work. It doesn't matter whether it's a communist party, whether it's a socialist party, whatever you want to call it. That's how they work. And then you bring in people you feel you can work with to achieve what you want to achieve, whatever it is. Now, the people you bring in will tell us exactly what it is you want to achieve. We'll understand.
Yeah.
Because we'll see them doing what they do, and we'll know, so that's why these people were put in place. I find it hypocritical
Yes.
when someone like Museveni and Kagame are referred to in the most banal and, in my opinion, the most insulting way.
All right.
Dictators. A Western concept that seems to imply that if you do not have the Western-style democracy, which, as we observe and see, is really doing some twisting and turning and trying to figure itself out, that then you can't be anything else other than a dictator. It doesn't leave any room for a situation where a country can actually figure out how it is they want to go about their business. It doesn't give room for that. Democracy is useful, extremely useful. And there are very few systems that have come up in the world that make it possible for every citizen to benefit as that of democracy. But who says you can't tweak it? Are we saying that since Kagame came into power and Museveni came into power, that those countries have not changed? Chief, they've changed for the better. Can they improve? Yes. Have they been stabilized? Yes. Have people died? Yes. Have opposition been jailed? Yes.
Have opposition been tortured?
Yes. You see, the details of why people do the things they do, I am not privy to. I can only talk about the outcome. I have no knowledge or no idea of the threats that these people feel. If you have a situation like the one in Rwanda, where the people who committed the atrocities of 94 ran across a border, and it is your border, and they have had time to have children, the children have had time to grow up, you think the enmity has lessened. If you're in that position, and you talk about Eastern DRC, if you are in that position, what do? You just let them grow and allow them to simply keep proliferating, because in time they'll probably want to come back and attack you. What do you do? What do you do? under those circumstances? Because these are the questions that I sometimes run through my head when I hear of M23, or it is Kagame's army, or no, it is whatever, Banyamulenge, the story behind it. It's a rich tapestry of knowledge and information. But look, just move a little back and look at the genesis. Are they people who are considered Rwandese who went to DRC when the first problems in Rwanda began in the 1960s, early 60s? They are there. And they are Rwandese. Now remember, the DRC government was actually saying that those people cannot get citizenship. What I'm trying to tell you is this. The tapestry that informs us about the politics of what we see. What we get is a smidgen. We get a very small portion of what the reality of that situation is.
Right.
And half the time we are preferring an opinion based on that small knowledge. There's so much else that we don't know.
Andrew Shira says, Sasa Museveni ni wa kuamini. Let him try US power, atachukuliwa bila hao walinzi wake kujua. Kenson Mugolo, welcome back, guys. Happy New Year. Mkenya 121, good morning. Sungura is asking, mtaleta Miguna lini? Sina namba yake. Nitafuta. Investments Journal is saying, good morning, colleagues. Happy New Year. I wish you and all your guests on Radio Generation a fantastic and successful 2026. I look forward to seeing the great work you will do this year. Make us proud. Of course, Investments Journal. And thank you so much for having faith in us. We shall definitely try our best not to disappoint. So, Uganda wamesema if they approach from land, they will watawaweza. But for them to approach from land, they'll have to go through several countries. For them to actually get, they might need to go through Kenya. The question is, would Kenya allow them? They would probably have to go through Tanzania. Would Tanzania allow them?
Did he ever hear of the Entebbe raid?
I'm sure he had.
The Entebbe raid was when one Mr. Idi Amin, an Israeli plane with people who were in there, walishikwa mateka. Yes, Kenya had to play a very important role in that.
Right.
Again, if you take the time to just look back into history, many of the questions that are raised are actually answered by activities that took place in the past.
Yes.
And some of the things that we see now, we may not be able to give an accurate judgment of it. After certain leaders are no longer in power, we may be able to give judgment. We have had leaders who are there. And we can easily see and determine the role because we have the history.
Yes.
There were people who fought in the Mau Mau War who were in the forests, who refused to leave the forest.
Yes.
Jomo Kenyatta was then Prime Minister. Those people were bombed. Do you ever hear people talking about it?
No.
Precisely. The only reason why Jomo Kenyatta was able to go to Lancaster House was because he was a member of parliament. Not that he had been elected.
Yes.
He comes from Kiambu. Nobody in Kiambu was willing to give him a seat. Remember, he had been in detention. He took a guy called Njiri from Muranga, Igumo.
Yes.
Who gave up his seat.
Oh yeah.
Jomo Kenyatta then represented that particular part of the country, and that's how he was able to go to Lancaster. And Lancaster was an important place. That's where people were discussing all these details. There are stories behind stories, and one of the things that I've seen and I've liked about Kenya is the biographies that keep coming up. When you take time to read them, you get insight into things that you ordinarily would not have known.
Yeah.
Because people who lived the moment are telling you what they saw and what they understood. Like how many people know, for instance, when they went to Lancaster House, the people who went with Jomo Kenyatta were afraid that the Brits might try to kill him. That one gentleman called Achieng' Oneko, who had been his personal assistant, you have a bedroom and then you have an ante, the room just before then.
Yeah.
The guy slept on a sofa set just in case.
Really?
Well, I am telling you that there are things about history that unless you take the time and bother to read, you will not understand and you will not know. For instance, if I told you that it was Achieng' Oneko who introduced Jaramogi to the politics, because Jaramogi was a teacher and a businessman. We said, no, Jaramogi was in politics. I said, no, Achieng' Oneko was in politics before him.
Yeah.
There are things For instance,
Yes.
when you talk about Mau Mau, the people you never hear of, Builder Kagia you hear of, okay? But if you look at and you listen to Builder Kagia speaking, that's a very educated man.
Yeah.
Fred Kubai is also a Mau Mau, not sympathizer, he was a Mau Mau
But
fellow.
there we actually don't get to hear much about him.
No, you don't.
Actually, not much at all. Nothing.
But these were very important leaders during the Mau Mau struggle. What am I trying to tell you? To be able to understand a situation and to be able to give an opinion that is well informed, it is always important to immerse yourself into a little history. Then you get to understand why certain things are the way they are,
Right.
and how it is that they manage to be the way they are. For instance, when you look at communities, wherever it is that we come from that are prominent, if you look at the background, many of them had forebears who were church people. Because they were church people, their children, their progeny, then had an opportunity to have an education.
Yeah.
Long before everybody else. And because of the education, when the opportunity for employment and positions came, they were best placed because they had the education, so they were prepared. But there's a history behind it.
Yeah.
So when we talk about East Africa and we talk about the way we go about our business, I am reluctant to be critical. Overly critical. Unless it's on very specific issues that I have some information
Yes.
about some of these rulers or some of these presidents of our neighboring countries, because I honestly do not know the pressures that they are under on a daily basis, and I don't know what they're dealing with.
Yeah.
Because all I see is the action.
But there's something behind that.
Yes, I don't know what has precipitated it. Not fully. I can offer an opinion. And that opinion sometimes is not well informed because it's an opinion based on whatever I've heard, and what I've heard is often inadequate. You see, like now, we're in full steam election mode. Full steam. We've been full steam since last year, but now the gears have shifted. I find it disturbing, absolutely disturbing, that those who want to present themselves as leaders in this country still do not focus the plight of the citizenry.
Yeah.
They do not focus on it. It's not the center of their discussions. It is picking faults with this leader, calling this person this name, looking at what this person did in the past. And I'm asking, how does all this put bread on the table? How does this one grow maize?
Yeah.
How does this one keep people fed? How does it keep the rain from falling on? How does it help me repair my house? And the answer is, for this one I know the answer is simple, it doesn't. In fact, so long as that conversation continues, I'm guaranteed that my leaking house will continue leaking, even worse.
Yeah.
I'm certain. If I have a problem with the education system and the schooling, you know, Paul, it's strange, huh?
Yeah.
There's a culture we've developed over time in this country. There are several aspects of our culture. But the one that always gets my goat is institutionalizing hypocrisy. There is no politician who never called another politician a thief in this country.
True story.
Remember, we had a situation when there was a spat between, a supposed spat between the late Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta. When he said, you know, the problem with this particular government we have a drunk driver and the Makanga is a thief.
Ah, yes.
Remember that one? Very entertaining. They later make peace. But the question I ask is it possible for those in political leadership to shape the narrative so that we can actually understand the potential of this country? Like someone saying, we want to do an audit of all the natural resources we have.
Yeah.
Why? So that when we talk of the sovereign fund, or when we talk about the things we want to do, we know where the money is going to come from. Or something that we've talked about, we have these debts that seem to be an issue. Let's actually carry an audit. A different conversation.
Yes.
But no. Same conversation. Which makes me ask the question, is it that all these people who are in political leadership are all complicit in one way or the other, and that there's something that they've done that they cannot stand the cold glare of sunlight? So they're busy keeping us busy with all manner of things other than the things they need to focus on.
You know, when you say that, there is no politician who's not thieving. And that is why they always have... we know about 2,000 elected leaders in this country. When we add all the MCAs plus the MPs and the senators, the governors, we're about 2,000 elected leaders. And all these folks, it is easy for them to conspire to fleece all 50 plus million of us, the rest of the Kenyans. So when you put out such statements, and it makes me think deeper. Who amongst these 2,000 plus individuals can just come and say, you know what, enough is enough? How many have said it and how many have been victimized for it? Number one. How many want to say it but are unable to say it? How many, instead of saying it, are like, hata nisipokula, CCT na nani watakula tu. So, see, I might as well just eat. So I'm looking at that scenario where we have several leaders who are compromised because they do not see themselves as the outliers. And they might be the saving grace, but yes.
And yet, they will find it easy to criticize Trump for doing the very same thing that they do. You see, the hypocrisy means that you do not see the log in your eye, but you see the speck in somebody else's eye. That's hypocrisy.
Yeah.
You, by virtue of your position, you then assume, or you have it assumed for you, that you can't possibly have misappropriated public funds. And yet you have. Why? We seem to be the only country where you have politicians who are genuinely wealthy.
Yes.
And none of them, or should I say very few of them, can actually show you
how they acquired that wealth.
Yes. By doing business. Because people acquire wealth by doing business. They can't point to a business that has grown over time. And the growth of the business also means the growth of their income. You do not see it. And yet they're wealthy. You find people whose income, as they are paid plus allowances, are known, but they drive a car which is what the sum total of what they would earn in 5 years.
Yeah.
And they also have a house that would probably represent the sum total of another 10 years' salary. And once again, they do not have any value add business, any entity that they're engaged in that brings about this. So you have to ask, if this is a situation and we seem to have accepted it, then we as Kenyans have no right to complain. The only way we have a right to complain, because otherwise we are intricately interwoven into this hypocrisy, is when you, and this is my view, when politicians offer you money and you take it, you have joined them. Don't think that you are doing something good and worthwhile by taking their money and not voting for them. No. You become part and parcel of that whole web. Because if they have no money, they have no people to give money to. How will they then be able to push the agenda that they push? Because they will know, I can't bribe these people.
Yeah.
If I can't bribe them, I'd better do what I'm supposed to do. The bribe is in lieu of what they're supposed to do. So that 20 bob that you get, or whatever amount is that you get,
500, 1,000, whatever.
Yeah, that represents the development this person was supposed to ensure that you get. That's what it does.
You have sold your soul for 500 bob.
That is precisely what you've done. Or for that 50, whatever the amount, that's what you've done. You have forsaken everything that should come to you by accepting that money. And that's why the person feels free to do exactly what he likes. When you complain again, he comes, he will see you and give you another 500 bob.
Yeah.
Which will consume that day. And that's the end of that story. So our situation is one we can change. But change comes by you thinking differently. Because when you think differently, then your actions will also demonstrate the thinking.
Yes.
But I urge Kenyans not to take money from politicians.
All right, so we're taking another short break. When we return, we shall be introducing our guests for that particular hour, where we get deeper into politics. basically to just try and understand where we're headed as far as 2026 is concerned. And so much, brother, is taking place and taking shape. So it depends on which. I hope you guys didn't go for your Christmas holiday and you forgot that we have a country to protect and a country to run and a country basically to govern, because look, we are the governors, we are the government, as much as we know that we have people in those particular offices and positions. So the conversation has got to continue on the People's Breakfast. Don't go too far. We will be right back.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenya's school calendar officially begins today as many children head back to school for the new year. Basic education institutions, including pre-primary, primary, junior, senior and secondary schools, will open for 2026 academic year on January 5th. Term 1 will run for 13 weeks and end on April 2nd, with a 5-day half-term break from February 25th to March 1st, followed by a 3-week April holiday. Term 2 will last 14 weeks, running from April 27th to July 31st. The final term will be 9 weeks long, beginning on August 24th and ending on October 23rd, 2026. Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja has called for the return of prosecution powers to county governments amid city's ongoing building safety crisis. Speaking on the third day of the rescue operation, rescue operations following the South Sea building collapse, Sakaja said residents are frustrated by unchecked, illegal and substandard constructions. He adds that his administration faces tough decisions to address systemic failures.
These people were charged a couple of times. That prosecution power needs to be returned to the county, because at the point the charges were dropped, or a fine of 20,000 shillings.
Nairobi woman representative Esther Passaris decried that no arrests have been made so far over the South Sea building collapse.
Has there been anybody arrested? Our courts should also look into this. Our DCI should also look into this. Because it's not enough to come and say heads are going to roll, people are going to be arrested, and then nothing happens.
Police in Kisii have arrested 15 youths suspected to be members of a violent gang. This follows growing concern among residents over rising insecurity in the town and its surrounding areas. Kitutu Central Police Commander Kazungu Charo confirmed that the arrests were made during a special operation conducted by security team. He said the operation targeted areas that have been frequently mentioned by residents as crime hotspots, particularly during nighttime hours.
Assaults, tumekuwa na cases za hata wizi wa kawaida. Nyumba hii ambayo iko nyuma yangu hapa wamejaa humo, ni wengi. Pande wa Nyakongo, Egesa, Jogoo, Daraja Mbili, hizo ni area ambazo ziko na interest nyingi sana. Na wale waliokuja kwa madhumuni ya kupata mahali hawakuweka walishangaa sana, kwa sababu mkono wa sheria ulikutana nao. Tumewaweka hapa korokoroni na Jumatatu tunaiweka.
Attacks by Sudan's army and its paramilitary force on 2 Darfur towns over the past week have killed 114 people, medical sources told AFP on Sunday. Drone strikes attributed to the army on the town of Al-Zuruk, controlled by their rivals, the Rapid Support Forces, killed 51 civilians on Saturday. 5 days of RSF attacks on the town of Kernoi, 100 kilometers west, last week killed 63 civilians and wounded 17 more, according to local sources. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast. We are in Garissa, by the way. If you're just joining us from Garissa, let us know where exactly in Garissa are you listening to us on 89.5 FM. Karibuni tena sana. Watu wa Mombasani 90.7 FM. Thank you so much for tuning in this particular morning. And of course, our Nairobi folks on 88.8 FM. Welcome back. RadioGeneration.co.ke is also where you can find us internationally, whether you're in Minnesota, Minneapolis, in the United Kingdom. If you find yourself there, please, or wherever you are, even if you are deep in the bundus of Uganda, radiogeneration.co.ke is where you can also find us. On YouTube, it is Radio Generation Kenya, which is also the same on Facebook. In this particular hour, we do have some guests, but before we get to them, Siti hapa kuna swali. Mtu ameuliza, this is Dennis Kamau. Siti, what is your association with government operative Jerry Thorne?
I used to work with her.
Yeah?
In another media house.
Yes.
Called Distribution Room.
All right.
That was the program. Standard Media Group.
Yes.
That's where I used to work.
You used to work with Jerry Thorne. Aya, sawa. Hiyo microphone yake inabidi nimekutengenezea. So Dennis Kamau, he says that he used to work with her. Then someone says, yeah.
There's an X space I share with her.
Oh, you also share next space, yeah? All right. Tony GK 255 amesema, this is a very huge conversation, but it has got to start with the citizens. If we fix us, we will fix the political class. That's very true. Hii mambo yote ya bribery, voter bribery, that is a conversation we definitely need to have. Now, in studio, we do have two gentlemen. Joshua Odhiambo Nyamori. He's actually been here before. He's an advocate and a governance and policy expert. Welcome to the show, Joshua. Karibu sana to Radio Generation. And a happy new year to you.
Happy New Year to both of you.
Yeah.
I'm happy to join you.
All right.
And I'm happy to even join my mentor, City. That's a story for another day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. I keep on finding new things about this guy every single day. Every single day I'm in this studio with him, I just find
like an onion.
Yeah, it's like every day I peel something new. And then we also do have Dismas Mokua. He's a show regular now. This is now your home, Dismas. Karibu tena sana nyumbani.
Asante sana.
Lakini unajua wanasemanga mtu akienda na arudi nyumbani anakujanga na maziwa, mkate, asali ya nyuki. Umetuleta nini kutoka ushago?
Ziko hapo chini.
Oh, ziko hapo.
A lot of stuff here.
Okay.
A lot of stuff. You'll be surprised at the end of the show.
Sawa. Can't wait. Cannot wait. Happy New Year to you too.
Happy New Year. I realized you did not mention Venezuela when you were telling the world where they can get your signal. How come you didn't mention Venezuela?
I
heard him talk about Minnesota.
No, that's now. Early on in the morning, he had mentioned.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, you can also find us in Venezuela. Hopefully, the new acting president has not, clipped off their signal there, but they haven't. So, gentlemen.
And Uganda?
I've actually mentioned Uganda. You can find us in Uganda. Lakini nasikia shida huko Starlink kidogo ifanyi kazi. So I guess
I've had that conversation.
But other companies such as MTN are there. So whatever network you use, find us there. Dismas, now that you started about Venezuela, before we get deep into Kenyan politics, what do you think about the situation with President Maduro?
Well, and I'm happy to be in the company of a lawyer. So lawyers speak about something called international law and international relations, and understand this is something which is decided upon by the big political players. But it now appears that international law is being determined by Donald Trump and the US. So his word is as good as law. Because when you listen to all these sides of the conversation, people are saying that if maybe head of state of another country
Yeah.
is accused of a criminal offense, do you just go and pick him from his presidential palace or from his state house and deliver him to your country to face justice? Or you go through the international institutions like ICC?
Yeah.
But it appears for Mr. Trump then he's the one who keeps on defining and redefining international law. And that's why you've seen a number of the big political players. All of them are approaching this thing with caution. Yesterday I watched the British Prime Minister. He was being taken to task. He was being taken to task about this position, and he was tiptoeing around this issue. And he said, the agency for Venezuela should be with the Venezuelan. But when pressed further to state whether this position is legal or illegal, breach of the international law, he tiptoes around the issue. But in Africa, one has to give credit to some countries, like Ghana has come out to state its very position, which I think that is very solid. They deserve a pat on the back. And also South Africa and Namibia. But in the other countries, I think it appears like they are strategically, like Mwai Kibaki, sitting on the fence to see how it goes. Although, again, President Museveni says that if you come by land, we'll give you Topambana na Nyinyi. But again, outside that, one is very impressed by the US military, that they can actually have an operation with, they say the position of a surgeon, and pick a head of state who knows that is a wanted man, and pick him pole, and then deliver him to their country to face justice. And obviously, this is not the first time they're doing it. And then, also there was confusion that maybe Donald Trump is looking for presidents who are not necessarily democratically elected.
Yes.
But that argument falls flat, because if Donald Trump was looking for dictators and he wants to pick them in that manner, then he's lost for choice. He would easily start in the Middle East.
Right.
Because, apart from maybe Israel, and now we are told Somaliland, there is no democracy in that part of the world. So it's important for people to understand that Trump is pursuing U.S. national interest, selfish interest to the hilt. And maybe that is a good lesson for all other countries, that if you want your voice to be heard, just have some biceps, have some muscles, have financial muscles, have military muscles, have numbers, and have a bit of ICT knowledge, then people will start paying attention. There's even a saying in many villages that you may have noticed that when people are planning for a funeral, it's not necessarily the oldest person whose views is taken into consideration. It's the person who is going to cut the check. Yeah. True. You can have a meeting and you plan for everything else, but there's that one person who is coming to, take care of the bills. And that is the one people pay attention to.
Yeah.
Not really the accountants.
Yeah.
Like they used to say during my day.
Wakili, what do you think? Because this is not the first time the US has tried to capture President Maduro. They actually did try bribing his private personal pilot to one time just fly him to a friendly state where they would just capture him. But this time round, they literally went for him in a military base.
You see, it depends on which position you stand in.
Yeah.
It says that this is going to be a historical matter. And we leave it to historians to finally give us, an opinion. And the historical opinions are given according to the time and space of the historians. For now, we are, debating it according to passion and according to, interests. But in my personal view, what happens disturbs in many ways. It disturbs in many ways because it demonstrates the truth that people have refused to accept, and that is the philosophy that laws and rules are basically instruments that oppressors use to oppress, the weak, the strong use against the weak.
Okay.
And it is true at the local level as it can be true at the international level. All the major international instruments have been crafted at the behest and hegemony of the powerful nations, right from the UN instruments all the way. Every time the West have conquered, they have then crafted laws to strengthen their control of the world.
Yeah.
And America does not care. It doesn't give a damn. I will keep telling people that for me, Trump is the typical American. The others could cover it in terms of courtesy and so on. But if you deal with Americans at any level, Trump represents what they think about the world. That they're the best thing that ever happened, and they can rule the world, and it does not matter what you think.
God's
and
gift
you
to the
see,
planet.
we have great lawyers in Kenya who have written extensively about such issues. For instance, Professor Makao Mutua and Professor Ngugi, the judge of the Court of Appeal, have written papers and books on the third world approach to international law, what we call TWAIL. But you see, they remain academic discourses. They are not able to influence, because forums that can make decisions across the world are financed by Americans. So you dare not make a decision against them. So I think it is more or less, it was an American interest.
Yes.
And I had a problem about listening, so I just listened to Trump's press conference as I was coming this morning, and you see the fact that he talks about saving Venezuela, but in it talks about sending American oil companies to go and do business there.
Right. Instead of using what is already in Venezuela, the company is already
Yes. It's not even using. Who is he to make decisions for the people of Venezuela?
True.
And tell them that he's going to run the country until such a time that he thinks that they should hand over the country to another person. And then he talks about it being judicious. And it's annoying, but yes, it is a reality that we live in.
All right. Well said.
If you go back to what Donald Trump says that he says that in the past Americans have been mistreated in Venezuela. That at some stage there were many American companies that had massive interest, and their assets were nationalized. And he's come back for his pound of flesh, and he said that you don't step on the toes of Americans and expect to go home dancing. But what is interesting is that for the U.S. intelligence agencies, they're literally pitch tent in Venezuela for the last 1 year, following the movements of the head of state. And President Trump indicated that at some stage they knew whether he was having githeri and avocado, they knew the kind of pets he kept, they knew everything about him. And it also reveals how the US can be very, very patient. That anybody who wants to step on the toes of the US, just be sure that at some stage it will come to haunt you.
True.
How exactly did Maduro step on the toes of the US?
I mean, now it depends on which version you want to use, but if you want to use the one for Trump, he says that as a country, they've stepped on the economic interest, and he also accuses them of supplying drugs
and weapons
drugs and all those kind of things. So if I repeat exactly what Trump has been talking about, it may appear that I'm being like the U.S. ambassador or representative.
No. It's not that. It's the narrative that is out there, but it isn't the first time. There's a guy called Noriega who was president of Panama. He was accused of exactly the same things, and he was also airlifted from Panama to an American jail.
There's even a fellow who was a president who was pardoned not a long time ago. A president accused of those drugs. And now Citi raises a very fundamental question. Even people are beginning to ask questions that is a study of international law and international relations necessary at this stage, that if you're going to have one powerful man or a powerful state to come and turn everything upside down and essentially flipping the bird on the entire world, because that's what Trump
I also don't understand, how does the whole world come into this?
I mean, if you're talking about international order, or international law, are you not talking about the entire world? He is now warning other presidents.
No. Yes and no. You see, 1812, these Americans had a war with the Brits. I'm not talking about the War of Independence even. There were wars before that. The French were involved. Then there was the Spanish-American War. Purely for expansion purposes. Texas was part of Mexico. California was part of Mexico. They were just expanding.
Yeah, but City, I think the world gets concerned because it's a pattern.
Joshua, why does the world get concerned?
The world gets concerned, but because there is this one guy who tells you that I can pick you from wherever you are. I can come to your country and ask you to allow me to exploit your oil at your expense, and if you don't allow me, then I can pick you and bring you to American jail. They control the international media, so they will control the narrative. And you see, it's happened. Almost all these military operations that America has
they
undertaken.
Actually don't control the international media. They control a large portion of it.
Yeah.
Because to control means you influence large numbers of people.
Yeah.
They do. They are not the only ones who influence large numbers of people. So they are one of the big, that's why they're one of the big players. Historically, Joshua,
yes,
what these guys are doing, the Brits had done before them.
Exactly. Let me ask you, Siti, can you compare the way America does agenda setting with how China does it, for example?
No, they're very
On
different.
A global scale.
Even the Brits were very different in the way they went about their business. The point is this, they are not doing something that hasn't been done before. I was just focusing on they're not doing something they have not done before.
Indeed. They are not doing anything they have not done before, and that is what is disturbing, that then it makes nonsense of, all these international instruments and international forums like the UN Security Council, the various treaties that have been signed, because one person in the Oval House can decide to trash it, and they decide to trash it, and they refuse to sign any instruments that can commit them.
True,
yes.
like the ICC, but Joshua, Joshua, the UN doesn't run plantations of cotton or sugar cane. The UN is a members club where members contribute.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
And the people who contribute the most are who?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and that's why I say that Africa especially should listen more to these scholars who have been telling them, please come together, try to create your own instruments. Forget about the so-called international instruments; they are not going to help you.
Right.
Unfortunately, we are too fractured. I was listening to President Museveni the other day, and I really loved the Museveni of those years, the intellectual. I have a lot of problems with the Museveni now, but then in one of his,
beware of age, Joshua. We will all get there.
Oh yes. I appreciate it. But I have followed him over the years and read his books and admire the intellectual men. And he was telling these people that why should we cry and complain that we are being mistreated? Why are you small? Okay, you have the capacity to be big. Africa has the capacity to be big, but we have decided to fracture ourselves and then attach ourselves to the various Western, so-called superpowers. Okay, and then they control us, and then we complain that we are weak. Then we run back to them to help.
But Joshua, we don't attach ourselves to them; they attach themselves to us.
Yeah.
They make sure that they make you a dependent. They make sure it's a deliberate action,
and that's the problem. Look at the way Gaddafi, for instance, was pursued.
Gaddafi was dangerous
and killed. And you see, yes, they made accusations against him, but look at the dream that Gaddafi had about Africa. Look at what he turned his country into from a basket case.
It was a dangerous dream. as far as the West was concerned.
That's the issue. That every time an African thinks out of the box, every time an African thinks that we can actually build this continent into what it should be, every time we remember that Africa was the first civilization, and that almost all these people would run to Africa, I mean, for help, we are then scattered into pieces. So
should we then worry? Because our president keeps on reminding us the way we will be a Singapore of sorts. Should we worry because of that particular dream, considering what we have just said right now? Because if Kenya will become a Singapore, then these Western powers that we think they are will not allow us to thrive in that perspective, because we will stop that umbilical cord that is dependent on them.
We need to dream to be there, and we need to work at it, and we need strong leadership that can, dream about it and work towards it. That's, for me, one of the reasons why I support the Singapore dream. We do not need to think minimalist. Unfortunately, the West have punished African leaders who have dared to dream big. But then I think if we had many other Africans dreaming the way President William Ruto is attempting to dream, and that they came together and found convergence in their dream to come up with an African dream, okay, and work at it together, then probably we could get there. And maybe we will get to war, but they may not kill all of us. And empires also come and go. We have seen powerful empires crumble. The Roman Empire came down. The British Empire came down. An American Empire will one day come down.
Oh no, that one it actually has. When you look at what you're seeing with the sort of president, start with electing a person like Trump. When a people get drunk with their own idea of success, and they allow an infiltration of excesses that seem to go against the very principle on which that particular country was based, that country has actually collapsed. It's just a question of time before you actually see the full manifestations of it.
Exactly.
I don't see any reason why I would complain about Trump. I didn't elect him. There are other people who elected him, and they had a very good reason why they elected him. And if you look at the reasons why they elected someone like Trump, you'll find they're more or less the same reason why they elected Obama. They both promised change. Now, it's a question of who was listening to the person and imagining the sort of change that this person would bring. But they were talking about the same thing, in essence. Now, when it comes to now putting into practice these imperialist tendencies that America tends to, that's a flexing of muscle of somebody who understands that they're not exactly where they were. So they need to more or less demonstrate that if anyone was thinking that they're not what they have been, they're what they have been. And you forget, with all their might, they lost the Vietnam War clean.
Indeed.
With all their might, they lost the Afghan War clean. So, history...
And they lost in Somalia.
Clean.
You see? What Trump wants to call us,
Yes. So
a country of gangs.
Yes, exactly. The point I'm trying to make is, all these big countries or these powerful countries have certain chinks in their armor. And for some reason, it is clear they don't learn from their mistakes, because America started making mistakes in Latin America in the 60s. They supported some of the most brutal dictators this world has ever seen. People like Batista in Cuba.
Exactly.
The things they used to do.
Exactly.
In Argentina. I mean, they're horrific stories. People who brutalize their own citizens, they supported. And then they wondered why many of those countries decided to take a different ideological persuasion. Now, when you are on that trajectory, it tells us how you think. And that thinking hasn't gone away.
There's a reason why President Trump has repeatedly called this part of the world Sithole. That sounded funny coming out of my mouth.
Is that a South African name?
But he has constantly called this part of the world Sithole. And when we look at the reasons why he keeps on calling it a place where people, go to the toilet, is because to be honest about it, it's just things that we think about, we just don't come out and say. So, for example, let's come back to our own home country of Kenya. We have one of the biggest slums, if not the biggest slums in the world. In terms of in terms of our education system, we keep on messing it, even when we had a good one. When we look at our healthcare system, one that was working, even if it wasn't perfect, we keep on, it's like we're trying to reinvent the wheel every single time. Therefore, it is stopping our progress as it should be. So at what point are we going to because Joshua here is talking about us as Africa realizing that we are giants, us as Kenya, because it has got to start somewhere before it becomes continental. At what point will Kenya wake up to realize this particular dream? As much as we've been castigating the president about the Singaporean thing, but to be honest, if we're being honest about it, we should have gotten there and beyond. It's just that we keep on retrogressing.
I want to take a point of departure from what my friend Joshua said earlier on, that maybe we should maintain status quo and fear flexing our muscles because we may attract global attention and we may be punished as a result. We are talking about the Singapore dream.
Yes.
Singapore has achieved their dream, but nobody has punished them. Instead of anybody punishing them, we are using them as a good example.
But are they as big as a threat?
Practice.
Yes. Are they as big as a threat as if Africa was an entire Singapore?
Now, you said we start with individual nations.
Yes.
When you put your house in order and you do sensitivity and scenario analysis and ensure that you don't step on anybody's toes at the international level, you adopt a certain foreign policy posture that places your selfish interests at the top, but you don't step on anybody's toes. That is why nobody considers Singapore to be a threat to anybody.
Yes.
Well, and again, we are told of this story. I don't know whether it's sad or it's a broken record. Even South Korea.
Yeah.
The only people who fear South Korea is the North Koreans because of their historical issues. So, in my view, when President Ruto comes up with a position and he says we are going the extra mile, he's painted for us a global picture of where he wants us to go. It appears that he wants to rock the boat and get out of status quo. But in the process of moving out of the status quo, he would make a number of people uncomfortable, especially within Kenya, people who benefit from the status quo. There is no way you're going to make progress if you do things the same way. You remember Bill Clinton spoke about it. You do things same way, same style, and expect different outcomes. You're not going to make progress. Talking about the healthcare reforms in Kenya, from the time we attained independence, the founding fathers of the nation said one of the things they're going to fight ni magonjwa. So every president has attempted to come with radical reforms and fight this issue of diseases. They've achieved varying levels of successes, but it appears to me that President Ruto has got the guts really to say these are the radical reforms that we must implement, and he is doing that. In the process, the beneficiaries of the status quo who are actually unhappy with what is happening. One may even talk about these framework signed recently between Kenya and the US around healthcare provision. We are told that there is an NGO industrial complex, people benefiting from status quo. Of course, they must be unhappy. And leadership by definition is when you're coming to implement some policies, not everybody is going to be happy. You may even suffer. You may even lose an election by coming up with these radical reforms, or you may even win an election. So in my view, people like President Ruto must be given a pat on the back. The only challenge with all these reforms that he's implementing, we are in a democratic society where it's assumed that Kenyans have got agency, that they've got capacity to take decisions. So a good leader must ensure that you carry everybody along. For instance, healthcare reform, education reform, they may be a very good thing, but have you carried everybody along? Citizens, partners, and stakeholders, have you made them see their insurable interest in what you are doing? Right now there is people talk about a trust crisis within the administration. So that as we speak right now, if the President Ruto tells you the sky is blue, you actually want to go outside and confirm whether the sky is indeed blue. Now, for you to make this progress, people must see that you are doing this for the interests of the nation, that every decision you are taking is citizen-centric. And that is the difference with these other countries. When you play around with public resources, you may even be required to commit suicide. Look at Japan. You play with public resources, you commit suicide. You know, Japan is, I understand, is the only country where they can tell you in 50 years' time that we are going to have a blackout in the next 20 years at this point in time. So that ujipange mapema. Because they are very strict with leadership.
Yes.
But I'm not sure whether that is the obtaining situation in Kenya. So in my view, you know, when President Ruto speaks about these issues, other people roll their eyes. Other people say that this is a very good thing. But you see, that is the purpose of leadership. If you're unhappy with these reforms, wait for him next year and then tell him that we don't want this kind of things you are doing. And also that goes to the next level of the conversation now. For some reason, Kenyans have got a love-hate relationship with ideas and debates.
Okay.
That we approach issues not on the merit of the conversation, but on who has introduced the idea. Like, for instance, Kenyans have been fighting about these 2/3. We want to have people of a particular agenda, you know, the 2/3 debates. We've been talking about the CDF, National Government CDF, something like that.
Right.
We've been talking about the census for a long time. There are these things that have got issues. Even diaspora representation in the National Assembly or in the elective seats. Then Musalia Mudavadi comes up and he says, let's have a referendum moment.
On
All
election day.
these pending issues, can we place them on the table so that we can have a discussion? Can we have ideas placed on the table? Can we have an intellectual conversation on this? Can we debate these ideas? But the responses are knee-jerk. People have become very emotional. Instead of attacking the issues raised. Like, for instance, if you're going to do, you know, this boundary stuff.
Yes.
Which data are you going to use? Are you going to mix the 2019 data? And you remember some counties were Mandera and Garissa, they were told to do their census this year. So are you going to mix 2026 data and the 2019 data? Are you going to mix it? Is it going to compromise data integrity? So Musalia Mudavadi has raised that issue. But people are saying, wait a minute. This gentleman, he wants the position of Prime Minister in the Constitution so that he takes advantage of it. So people are wondering, if you're going to have a referendum, you're going to change the Constitution, are you going to say the position for the Prime Minister shall be reserved for Musalia Mudavadi? Now, President Ruto and...
but you see also, the timing of this conversation of the referendum, even for me, from where I sat, I was like,
Okay, when should they have had that conversation?
At a different time, not right
like
now.
When, for instance?
Because it clearly, at what time?
Yeah, when? I mean, if it's inconvenient.
After this government is done with this particular term. Let's talk about that in 2027, yes, after the elections. That's
Why?
a conversation that we have that
But
time.
why? The reference point for the referendum was something that is quite clear. Wajir, Mandera, Garissa had a problem with the census. And there is a taking time issue with it.
Yeah.
So the discussion was, if you do not deal with this particular matter and you have an election in 2027, it could be invalidated.
Indeed, and in my view, there is never the right time or a wrong time for a referendum. We can even hold referendum daily because our constitution in itself, reinforces the fact that sovereignty is with the people. And if sovereignty is with the people, I keep telling people that, I have this argument with people when we have riots, that we have Christian demonstration, peaceful demonstration in this country, and we call it the people. And my view has always been that the people only have about three, forums where they can make decisions. One is that they go into elections and elect leaders. Two is that they participate in public participation forums and give their views. But you see, once they elected leaders, then they give the leaders the right to make decisions on their behalf.
Yes.
When they get involved in public participation, the leaders do not have to follow what they say. The leaders could have a reason for, trashing it. But the referendum is the only platform, apart from elections, that then gives the people an opportunity to actually speak directly. And issues, we are an evolving society. And we keep learning from, the constitution that we had developed and enacted in 2010. And even as we enacted it, we agreed that there are certain areas that were weak. And we need to remember that about 3 million Kenyans, especially the religious community, opposed it. But we convinced them that we will deal with your issues after having a new constitution. So we need to discuss this. And we just about a few years ago, we trashed the BBI process because of technical issues, not really because it did not bring out substance that needed to have gone into a referendum. So my view is that we should not dismiss the issues that the
PCS brought out.
Yes, I think we need to discuss them very robustly and allow ourselves to make a decision, because we seem to, every time we have big issues in this country that we should deal with, we sweep them under the carpet by making political arrangements. Let's make a decision in a referendum as Kenyans on the form of government. Let's make a decision on the issues that all these issues that the Mudavadi has raised. Let's discuss them. But then allow me, even as we discuss that, to reinforce something that my brother has raised, and that is that President William Ruto has faced a beating. Ever since he came into power, even before, worse since he came in. But there is, I tell people that he will go down as one of the most celebrated leaders, not only of Kenya, but in the country, because he has been willing to take and make hard decisions and live by them. And suffer the consequences of that. And I compare him. There's a book I read by a former Jamaican president called Michael Manley, who was initially a trade unionist and then became president. And then he implemented his manifestos, which he writes in this book, which is basically about transforming a former colonial society into a society that could then serve its people through democratic socialism, and the government getting involved in areas that previously the private sector controlled by the West were the ones controlling. And when Michael Manley implemented his radical decisions, Jamaicans actually voted him out. But after 5 years, they went back to him and told him, we want you to come back and run again. And elected him and gave him a chance to complete his agenda. So I want to, encourage President William Ruto, wherever he is, that President William Ruto, you are doing the correct thing. Continue doing it. Don't be, don't be distracted by the noise that is being made. Transform this country. If that transformation then makes certain people annoyed, just know that prosperity will judge you as that person who decided to do the right thing rather than banding to the noise that was being made across the country.
Well, I agree with Joshua's position, but it is the elephant in the room, or the germane issues that are, while you're implementing all these reforms, when you're coming up with these policy reforms, alignment, correction, whichever intellectual terminology you want to use, you must make the citizens understand why you are doing this. Like, for instance, talk about the affordable housing program, or its accessing all these kind of things. There should have been a very, to use his words again, robust conversation that are, what problem are we actually trying to solve? Is it the housing stock in Kenya? And in which category? High income, middle income, low income? And which is the path that will give us the easiest results or the quickest results? If you speak to professionals in this industry, some would say the only responsibility of the administration is to offer serviced land that make sure their utilities are available, roads, water, electricity, and then the private sector will come and put up all these units. Because if you're coming up with a house in Kenya or housing project in Kenya, one of the biggest challenges for most people, especially people outside central Kenya, is roads. Over the weekend, during this Christmas break, I met with some people from Mount Kenya, and the information they were giving me shocked me. There are some MPs, elected leaders in parts of the mountain, so-called Murima, struggle to identify a road to tarmac. Yeah, the most roads have been tarmacked.
Okay.
So they're struggling to find a road to tarmac.
Because everything is done.
Everything has already been done.
As far as roads are
Is that
concerned.
really true?
Yeah. And also, it was a point raised by a lady, I think, called Mudhoni, who was at a funeral someplace here, and she was booed. But where majority of Kenyans come from, where a good number of Kenyans come from the western part of the world,
Yes.
there are no tarmac roads. Where I was born and brought up, I only knew of one tarmac road, Kisii, Kisumu. That is the only tarmac road people know. So that when you see people in parts of western Kenya celebrating when they see a transformer, please musisema ati these guys are primitive. It's because in that part of the world,
Hakuna transformer.
they don't know what electricity is. So when they see a transformer, they're told there's going to be power over here. Muwaelewe. And you know, these things comes from, I don't know, there was a session of paper authored by Tom Boyer. These are productive areas. This is what is happening over here. So some people have been marginalized. You know, some counties, the one you're talking about, Garissa, Mandera.
Yes.
I understand there's a county right there still using a generator to date. Still using a generator to
An
date.
entire county.
Yeah. The headquarters powered by a generator.
Okay.
Are we saying that they don't have? There are parts of the country that don't have electricity, and you're saying specifically that there is a county where the headquarters does not have electricity; they have to use a generator.
It's powered by a generator.
Do you know the name of that place?
I'm going to fish it out right now because I don't want to be.
I want you to fish it out because what you're saying, if it is true, then it's something significant. If it is not,
It's actually this position. Before you come in, this position was it was on a talk show, and is the deputy governor of that county who made it public. So that
it's the deputy governor of that county who talked about it. But did anybody verify?
Yeah, no. But before we go there,
He has said he will get it.
Yeah, so that I don't lose my train of thought. In some of those counties, the first time they've seen a tarmac road is during after devolution. There's some people from parts of Kenya. Wakiuliza, why are you going? They say we are going to Kenya. Now wakifika Kitale is when they say that tumefika Kenya. Now you need to talk about then equity and equality in the distribution of national resources. But the point I was tracing here, which is very critical, if you're talking about affordable housing, shouldn't all of us agree which model are we going to use? Is it going to be serviced land? So it means there are all areas where the private sector is likely to put up houses. Just put a lot of all these utilities. You will reduce the cost of housing substantially.
Yeah.
Even when you look at the tax components, I mean, I used to do a lot of research on housing. Up to 52% up to 48% of the cost of a house in Kenya is tax. So one can even consider lowering the tax on the inputs. Or, like now the president has said about these affordable housing, that in fact, his intention is not even the houses. It's creating employment opportunities around housing, so that you have got many plumbers, you've got many masons, electricians, and people coming along. Now, the reason why we'll get to Singapore faster than expected is when you carry the entire nation, and then every person in the country sees their insurable interests in your vision. Now, if you take these decisions, and maybe because of trust issues, you're taking a decision, people are saying, wait a minute, why is he taking this decision? Like, for instance, if you talk about the privatization, or maybe not privatization, that the administration wants to sell some additional shares at Safaricom.
Yeah.
Because of these trust deficits or crisis, people always question all these decisions. But the responsible officers do not come to explain to Kenyans what it is that they are doing. So they a very good debate.
Some actually find it very difficult to even explain, but yes, continue.
Yeah. I mean, like, for instance, I saw some conversation, people calling themselves subject matter experts saying that you can value Safaricom using its turnover. Nowhere in the world can you value a company using a turnover. I mean, you can search maybe by profits. But you see, when somebody like Mr. Rigathi Gachagua comes on board and says this share should be trading at 84 or 72, while buyers and sellers in the market have agreed at a certain price, 27, 28. So when you are telling us that this share should have been
84,
84. On what basis? But you know, there are people who take Mr. Rigazi's words to the bank. You say it's hook, line, and sinker. They swallow everything. That is why, in my view, for us to go to Singapore, every Kenyan must have insurable interests.
Yeah.
And we must be honest and call a spade a spade. So if a leader comes out like Musalia Mudavadi says, we need to have this conversation. Let's not attack him. Let's not personalize issues.
Why not?
Let's. If you attack a personality, then people lose the taste of the conversation. Because
whose job is it to make the conversation palatable? Is it us or the person who began the conversation?
For instance, if I don't like Joshua's beard,
yeah,
but he comes up with a very good issue, I'll simply attack his position because I don't like him. And I'm going to ask him a question. From his name, I can figure out where he comes from.
Yeah.
How come fish from Lake Victoria is not exported to the international markets? And understand, the fish from Lake Victoria, the typical British housewife or the European Union, they would kill for that fish. How come you have something described as an international airport with little or zero
activity,
cargo business? It's only passenger. Is an airport meant for passenger or cargo? What should be the ratio? Now, these are the questions.
What's the point you're making?
No, I'm saying now these are the questions that you bring to the table. But if you attack the person bringing the question to the table, instead of attacking the substance,
you lose the plot.
Then you lose the plot. Then you become emotional.
I don't think Musalia Mudavadi was attacked as a person. It's the bulk of the debate. Maybe we read different things. Was around the suspicions about the referendum.
No, people say he wants to become the prime minister.
Well, that is a conclusion that they arrived at. Look, we had BBI. BBI, with all its wonderful ideas, was entrenching the status quo. We were saying that we understand we're a tribal nation, so let's find an algorithm for divvying up positions so that every tribe seems represented. It can't work. We are too many. Who are you going to leave out? Who are you going to elect so that they represent 3 or 4 other tribes? They are models of governance that guarantee that the citizens have a fair share of what is theirs. Devolution and the county government was a good beginning. The discussions that Musalia Mudavadi has breathed life into are good. Now, a good conversation doesn't involve me agreeing with you. A good conversation involves me saying what I think. So when people say what they think, it is your job to determine, by way of evidence, if you have it, to show them. Like, you talk to me about a place that is still using a generator. I highly doubt that it exists, personally.
Now, you see, City, is an expert on public participation. That I know about him.
Oh, you said he was your mentor?
Yes. And social research. But then there are quite a number of issues that Mukwa has raised that I agree with. And in my view, we need to have a conversation. The place where I disagree with Mukwa is saying that probably the president is not doing enough to carry along Kenyans. I think the president has tried. There is no president who has spoken about his dream like President William Ruto. He goes around the country and talks about it. He talks about it on national days. He talks about it to the media. He writes about it. And the question is, do we debate it sufficiently? Are we doing our role as a society? Are we doing our role as professionals? Is Parliament doing its role? For instance, the president went to Parliament the other day and spoke about his vision to take Kenya to Singapore. Has Parliament debated it sufficiently? Has it gotten the rigor that it should have gotten from economists, from engineers, from lawyers, and so on and so forth, so that ultimately what is then passed by Parliament is something that carries our views. For instance, the president has laid out his plans on the National Infrastructure Fund, and that information is out there. What do? Rather than focusing on that, we focus on the noise, the ethnicity, the ethnic narratives,
Yes.
The negativities that come from funerals and roadside, rallies, rather than getting the society to think about this, that setting up a national infrastructure fund is something that can free us from the control by international structures that we have agreed here from our initial discussion are colonial.
Okay.
The president has, talked about what they have achieved in the bottom-up approach. The question is, are we debating it? For instance, the housing sector. I'm in the housing sector, and the housing sector. I would want to disagree with Mukua when he says that it should have been left for the private sector and the government should only do infrastructure.
Yeah.
It's not worked. The government has been doing those infrastructure over time, but the reality is that the private sector, especially the mortgage that is given for the development of housing, has traditionally only served about 5% of our population. The rest of the population is not able to afford to build houses. So the president, in his wisdom, worked on two sides of the divide. He made sure, one, that he established resources that could be able to fund housing, and then made sure that those who would find the housing, find them cheaper, and are able to pay them over a long period of time by removing taxes and then zero rating land.
Yes.
But then the other thing is that this is not only about housing. Okay, we should not look at it in terms of just providing housing.
Yes.
I come from Kisumu. And in Kisumu, we had a small estate called Lumumba Estate that only housed about 90 units, so 90 families. Right now, it is going to house over 2,000 families, the same piece of land.
Really?
But as it is happening for the last 1 year, since the president launched that thing, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of young people who otherwise would be hanging around in the streets, working there as masons, working there as engineers, working there as carpenters. And apart from that, there are those who are working in the quarries. There are those who are working in the hardwares. There are those who are working in the transportation sector. The money that they are receiving every week, because they're paid on a weekly basis, finds itself in our local market. So when you go to Manyata as a work home, they're able to buy meat on Friday when they ate vegetables the whole of that week. The borders, the mamambogas. And this is the dream that the president was talking about. So the president has said not once, not twice, that his dream is to make Kenya one big construction site. Okay? And some people then criticize by saying that, we are not only talking about jobs for the watu wa mkono. The reality is the money spent in construction industry, especially housing as we are doing it in Kenya, finds itself to everybody, including the media, including lawyers, including engineers, including the money would just circulate.
Wakili,
so it is a way of kickstarting the economy.
I know you're a commissioner with the National Housing Commission.
I'm a director with the National Housing Corporation.
Thank you. So I understand why you're so passionate with this particular subject matter. However, I remember when I was doing my KCSE and KCPE, my parents and teachers would always tell me, start with the easy stuff, so that you can complete that one, then now have enough time to deal with the difficult sums. And that thing helped me. That's how I managed to get an A in mathematics.
Now we know.
Now you know, right?
Actually, he was heading towards the A in mathematics. His whole story
was to tell you that I had an A.
You want to land on that A. Okay,
Maybe you should have just told us they were an A student.
So I got an A in mathematics, but that's not the point. The point is, I feel like the president is doing so much within such a short time, and this is just my own personal view. I feel like he's doing so much within a 5-year term, and perhaps if I were him, I would probably focus on a few things, do them absolutely well, so that I can actually have something to bargain with and tell you, look, this is what I achieved in the 5 years you gave me.
You see the
Give
problem.
me 5 more
Allow me
years.
to weigh in that.
Wait
Allow
a
me to
minute.
weigh in that. Then
No,
just allow me to weigh in that. Then you
What's
come in.
wrong? What's wrong in doing so many things over 5 years?
Yeah.
Time?
Because you will find, going back to the mathematics analogy, trying to do all the sums, not being able to finish all of them, end up with a 0 in the exam, as opposed to fanya zile unaweza kwanza.
The issue is,
yes,
the issue is,
yes,
our problems in this country are dire. Okay, there are millions of Kenyans who are suffering out there.
Yes,
it is important that we tackle almost issues in almost each and every sector.
Wakili, have they stopped suffering?
And then
yeah,
they have not suffering, but we are in the process. When the president fixes, through the SHA process,
yes,
the health sector, he's saving the lives of many people, okay, and saving the money they should have spent on health. When he fixes the roads, I mean, I tell people I used to enjoy driving between Kisumu and Nairobi. I don't enjoy it anymore. I dread driving because I fear that I might not get to Kisumu without getting an accident. Okay? And it's not about people only. It's about goods. It's about freedom. It's about opportunities. When the president talks about housing, dignifying, thousands of Kenyans who are living in slums, who are living in the streets, giving jobs to young people who are in the streets, ensuring that money is circulating. You see, the president is doing something. We need to think big. We cannot get to Singapore when we are still thinking like a small country, which is the smallest country in Africa, a small country that is not even able to make a system. We need to. Seychelles.
It's not Lesotho. But anyway, they're all small.
Lesotho or Seychelles, we can't think like Lesotho or we can't think like Seychelles. We need to think like the big nations, and simply build our systems, simply enhance our discipline, and ensure that we save more, and ensure that the public resources are spent properly in those sectors. We will get there.
All right,
and I believe that if this president does not kickstart Kenya, no one will.
We will take
I don't think
a short break
we have ever had, and that soon we will have a president who is as bold as President William Ruto.
You know the fact that it's not happened before.
Mokua, dakika tu moja.
Tungoje kidogo, tuende kwa break, turudi
kunywe chai.
Tupige story vile tunataka. Yes.
Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Parliament has invited public submissions on sessional paper number 3 of 2025, which proposes the partial divestiture of the government of Kenya's 15% stake in Safaricom PLC to raise funds for critical infrastructure development. The plan aims to generate about 204.3 billion Kenya shillings from the share sale and an additional 40.2 billion Kenya shillings upfront payment from Vodacom Group, while allowing the government to retain a 20% stake. Members of public and stakeholders have until Thursday, January 8th, 2026 at 5 p.m. to submit their memoranda to the National Assembly. Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale has directed the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council to investigate medical practitioners who publicly claimed miraculous healings at a recent crusade. He warned that unverified assertions by licensed professionals pose a serious risk to public safety. In a statement on his X account, Duale said while the Ministry of Health respects faith and spiritual practices, matters concerning health and life must be guided by science, ethics, and evidence-based medicine. He cautioned that any claims of miraculous healing must be supported by credible medical proof.
Wewe huwezi kuenda shule ya School of Medicine alafu unasimama kwa crusade, na tumekupatia license as a medical practitioner, and any claims of miraculous healing and more so by licensed medical practitioners must be supported by verifiable and scientifically proved.
The family of a Salama police officer who was killed in Nyahururu has demanded justice and speedy investigation into his death. Constable Abel Kimanzi's wife recounted receiving the devastating news of his killing, while his father said the family remains in dark about the progress of investigations. Kimanzi, who was attached to Salama police post in Laikipia West constituency, was stabbed to death on Friday evening during an altercation.
I didn't know anything that was going on until a police officer who happened to be his colleague in a different, and who is my neighbor, called me and asked me if I had information about my husband. And I told her I had no information about him. So she came over to my house. After coming over to my house, she asked me to call my husband. I called him, the phone was going through, but he was not picking the call.
The in-law to my son, and I learned that my son was murdered at night. I was given so many stories, rumors, and did not get the right thing. Kwa hivyo naomba serikali inipatie haki.
United States President Donald Trump has threatened his Colombian counterpart Gustavo Petro in the wake of Washington's abduction of Venezuela's leader Nicolas Maduro. Trump said he believed the government in Cuba too was likely to fall soon. Trump told reporters that both Colombia and Venezuela were very sick, and the government in Bogota was run by a sick man who likes making cocaine and selling it to the United States. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Liam Rossini has flown to London to finalize his expected appointment as Chelsea head coach. Last week, UK media reported that Strasbourg boss Rossini is a leading candidate to replace Enzo Maresca, who has left the Stamford Bridge. Talks to appoint Rossini are at an advanced stage, and the 41-year-old is in the capital to complete formalities before he's named as Maresca's successor. Chelsea caretaker manager Callum McFarlane says there's a chance the new boss will be in place later today. Morocco advanced to the Africa Cup of Nations quarterfinals after defeating Tanzania 1-0 at the Stade Prince Moulay Abdallah in Rabat. Brahim Diaz, currently on loan at AC Milan, scored the decisive goal to keep the host nation's tournament ambitions alive. The opening period saw Morocco dominate possession, though Ismail Sabari had an early header disallowed for offside after just 15 minutes. Tanzania were competing in its first ever knockout match of the AFCON. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. This is Radio Generation, 8 minutes past 9 o'clock. It is the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, and 89.5 in Garissa. A very good morning to the following people. John Maina, I see you. Samuel Mwanapacha, how are you doing? 2.0, I see you. Willie Kitale, good morning. Willie anasema areas like Kinango, there is no electricity for years. That's crazy, eh? Then there's Mkenya 8121. Amesema Captured Parliament, Acheni, Singapore. Okay. Then we have John Orina. Good morning. Luos don't vote. They only yell. Surely, City, say something about that comment.
I don't know what that person is talking about.
He's talking about yelling.
No, I honestly don't know what he's talking about because this is social media where you live, Paul.
Yes.
And what I know about social media, people say the craziest of things, and one doesn't have to substantiate anything in social media.
Yeah.
So maybe where he comes from, he's got he knows a few Luos who don't vote. And just yell. So I can't speak.
Some of these things need to be deconstructed. This I wake up. I try to read politics between 5 and 6. So today I was looking at data, and I've written about it on my Facebook page about voter registration vis-a-vis the population.
Yes.
And I realized that the so-called tyranny of numbers is a lie. Because you find that a country like Nyeri has reached, I think, 56 or 58%.
Yes.
Of the population has registered as voters. While one like, I think, Mandera or Garissa has only about 29% of the population registered as voters. Not because those people don't want to register, if you analyze it, but it's because of structural challenges.
It's called systemic.
It's systemic challenges, yeah. Yes. For instance, the issue that certain areas of the country were facilitated. They have better infrastructure. Mukua just talked about certain areas with no electricity.
Yes.
And roads. This determine whether somebody can register for ID or not. Just in December, the government did registration of IDs in my village, a beach village called Nyamware. And when we asked for it, I didn't know how bad the problem is. But when they came there on 13th of December, which was a Saturday, they started registration at 8. By the time they were finishing at 5, the numbers that were on the line were more than the people they had registered. And we had people who are aged 50 years, 57 years old, who had never taken IDs. Okay, so they are not participating in the economy.
Right.
They are not participating in elections. They have no M-Pesa. They live in a barter trade around the villages. Okay, and around the beaches. And so when you look at the data, and I'll share with you some of those data. I think one of the days you should call us or just discuss that data.
Yes.
I was asking myself, could it be that some of the numbers we have in our voter register are lies? Because when you say that a county has registered 58% of its population and then another one has registered 29%, and this 58%, we know that the youth population, the under 18, should be more about 55 to 60%. So it therefore means that the average number of people who should be registered as voters should be around 45.
Yes.
So if you extend it, probably around 55. Okay? So when it gets to 58, it means that there is something wrong. Okay? Either certain areas are not being given opportunity, or somebody registered underage student. We need to audit the register.
And in any event, there's no legal requirement that you must vote. I mean, you have a decision. If you're a Kenyan, you could have an ID, you're a registered voter, but you can take a decision not to vote. So that shouldn't be used against you. It's not mandatory, because taking a decision not to vote is actually voting in itself.
Why must the conclusion of this discussion be adversarial? I mean, the word against. I mean, if somebody comments about you not being patriotic because they consider that voting is something patriotic that everybody should do, it's not against you. They are simply saying that as far as they are concerned, in their judgment, you don't measure up as being patriotic. It's not that there's something wrong with you. Remember, it's a judgment call. But I have this value system which dictates that this is how I look at life, this is how I measure things.
In my books, you're part of the problem.
Yes, exactly, in my books. Now, if you don't think you're part of the problem, again, we are not accustomed to discourse where we don't take sides.
Yeah.
And then we suddenly become adversarial, and then we start insulting each other. It's like we seem to understand, and you people who live in that place called social media, you're the one who have enhanced this thing. Where, man, people say crazy things on social media.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely ludicrous.
I agree. And you know, you need to question some of those things. For instance, when you say that Nyanza people, the Luos don't vote. Okay?
What do you
but
mean?
The turnout in Luo Nyanza was 72. The turnout in Mount Kenya was 55. Okay?
Percent.
Yeah, 55%. So what do you mean that Luos don't vote?
Okay.
Okay?
I mean, of course, that is just one view of one person.
Actually, no. This issue of the tyranny of numbers that Joshua has brought out, it's an issue I even wrote on.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was an excellent narrative to justify a certain outcome that had been predicated.
Exactly.
Okay? So once you took in the narrative that these people are definitely more, the outcome was easier for you to accept. Okay? That's why narratives are extremely important. When someone talks to you about some of the problems that this government has had, most people who talk about it don't talk, and let me repeat it so that it is understood. Most people who talk about it don't talk from personal experience. They talk about things they have heard. Like,
Nimesikia.
This must hear read that there's a place where there's a county headquarters that only uses a generator. Okay? Whether it's a backup generator and there's electricity, I'm waiting for him to tell me which county this is.
But he said he was at a function where it was said by a deputy governor?
No, it was at a talk show where the deputy governor...
So what?
Or you were watching this talk?
Yeah, I was watching
Even if it is the governor who said it. So if a governor says something, you take it as gospel.
No, I'm giving the source. But now talking about this issue of voting, there's a huge challenge and an opportunity. Talking about voting. I mean, you can decide to vote or not to vote. But there's a group called the diaspora who send a lot of resources in the name of remittances. And they've also added their voice to this conversation. They're actually asking for 15 constituencies because they live and work outside Kenya, and they say they've got an insurable interest in what is taking place in Kenya. They want a representation, and they want IBC to pronounce itself. And I think there's merit in having people in the diaspora get some sort of representation and also participate in the
like an MP and a senator.
Process, yeah, that's what they're looking for. 15 constituencies for the National Assembly.
How do they justify the 15?
One Senate position. Now this is it. Now it's incumbent on them to come and tell us why 15 and why not 14, or even why not 20.
Yes.
So in my view, IBC needs to pronounce itself on this particular matter, because the fact that I'm going to say Greenland, understand Trump may invade Greenland, so I've gone to work in Greenland, and I'm a Kenyan.
Yes,
I should be allowed to take part in the electoral process in Kenya.
Yeah.
Secure voting. Right now, there are limited places where you can actually vote for the president only, but these other elections, you may not necessarily participate. So I think as we begin this year, IBC has got two responsibilities. Pronounce itself on these diaspora constituencies.
Yes.
And also pronounce themselves on the issue raised by Musalia Mudavadi about the referendum.
I have a question. So assuming we vote for Joshua, who is in the diaspora, let's say he's in Sweden. So we vote for him.
Say Venezuela.
or Venezuela. So he's in Venezuela. Then we vote for him as whatever position. Let's call it Senate. So he's a senator. So will he sit in Venezuela? Will he quit his job and business in Venezuela, come to our Senate here, and then when he's no longer senator, he goes back to Venezuela? Or he's going to now... How will that work? Or we will decide on someone here, so say let's say Dismas, who sits and works in Kenya but represents diasporans. How will this work?
Those are not the details that then have to be worked out, because it doesn't mean you have to be physically in a place for you to represent them.
Yeah, I'm just
Exactly.
now this is me thinking out loud.
Yeah, and that's why we need to have a national conversation.
Yeah.
That's why we need to have
A referendum.
A referendum. we are saying that there are Kenyans out there who are participating in developing our economy, who are pumping in quite a bit of resources from their sweat and labor, and they need to participate in decision making. I'm sure that when we discuss it, we can be able to craft a way so that our democracy is representative. We do not have to have constituencies in every nation where we have citizens, but we could probably have a special seat, just like we have special women seats. We could have a special seat for the diaspora, a few seats or one seat, and they can then have a representation. And then, we need to move to the point where our parliament could also, that person could still be there and represent his people without necessarily coming to Nairobi.
But before we go there, Joshua, it is incumbent upon
Yeah.
those in the diaspora to tell us why it is they want these numbers. Representation, there is no debate or argument about it, but now the numbers and the how, since they are the ones who proposed it, it is important that they tell us what idea because for them to propose it, I'm certain that there is something they had in mind.
Exactly.
Because essentially they want to participate in what is happening in their country. So if somebody wants to participate, then we should allow them to, by all means, participate.
No, but to answer Mbuvi's question, in my view, and also from what Titi has indicated, you don't need to be a member of the diaspora to represent the diaspora.
Okay.
But I think, in my view, you would be more effective and efficient in your representation if you've lived in the diaspora and you actually understand diaspora issues. Like, for instance, I've never lived in the States. I've not stepped to the States. But I understand people do up to 4 jobs.
Yes.
So I don't know what it means to have 4 jobs within 24 hours. So you need somebody who has gone through that life, who has gone through that experience to come and represent the diaspora.
Okay.
In as much as they say you don't need to be a good cook to criticize horrible cooking, but I think the experience from the diaspora would make sense in having people with that experience. Because, if you don't come up with those legal frameworks, then you'll have people masquerading as a diaspora because they've been there for an hour or 2 hours, then coming to do the representation.
Because I'm thinking, how will we do public participation, for example, for the folks who are in the diaspora?
But why are you stressing? The people who want the representation also should tell us how they're going to do this.
And they're in over 200 countries.
It's not like it is impossible.
No, it is not.
It's not that it is impossible. I sit in court now, and I can be able to lead evidence of a witness in China. Okay, simply by him connecting virtually. So why is it that the legislature cannot go virtual? Okay, so that Kenyans can get representation from wherever they are. Somebody who is representing, we should not pretend that I live in Kisumu and I've never been to the US. I ran for the seat of diaspora and win it and claim that I am representing the diaspora. Let them elect. It is possible. So our city is saying, let's discuss the mechanism. Let them tell us what they think want to work for them. Because as a country, we have also decided deliberately to send citizens out to work out there, so that we are sending this government is working on sending people to work in Europe and to work in other places of the country, and they are sending back money home. So they need to have representation one way or the other.
All right, we shall get to that when we get to it. There's a question I asked at the end of the previous hour. It was about the president doing so much within so little time, and this month you were just about to say something before we cut to the news. So I don't know. Can you remember what you wanted to say?
Of course.
Yes.
I'm very clear in my mind.
All right.
You are the one who was in a state of shock, and you still appear to be in a state of shock that President Ruto is doing so many things over a short space of time. Now that is 5 years, maybe now under 3 years. And maybe it should have been linear. And
focus on maybe 3 or 4.
Yeah, but the question is, Kenyans woke up on one particular day in the morning and elected Ruto as the president of the Republic of Kenya.
Yes.
He had presented his manifesto, and it's up to him to decide how he's going to do all these initiatives, whether he wants to squeeze them in 5 years or in 10 years. But as it is, there are so many things in Kenya that cannot wait. For instance, if you're talking about the healthcare reforms, you'd be assaulting logic if you say, now, Mr. President Ruto, address the housing issue during your first term, and then you address the healthcare issue during your second term. The people will die in the process. Or you may say, okay, can you do the converse? Address the healthcare reforms first. But you have mason, plumbers, architects, engineers who need jobs. You've got cement factories. You've got all these people. People want, if somebody is sleeping under a mango tree, and then you tell me, hey, President Ruto, Kwanza sort out this issue, and then you come for me after these 5 years. In my view, the definition of a leader is to come up with the overall picture of where you want your nation to go. And then you allocate financial resources and human capital to deliver. So he has determined that there's going to be affordable housing. There needs to be a very big debate. And in my prior conversation, I did not suggest in any way that provision of housing should be left only to the private sector. No. There are some elements of the housing sector that the private sector may not find very profitable, especially housing for the low-income areas. That one, most of the people in the private sector, others may not find it exciting, maybe because of the margins. And it's a subject that you can actually debate and find out. You could even get the return on investment in low-income housing could even be much higher than the one for the upmarket. So it depends on these developers' taste and preferences. So when, as a leader, you've painted the picture, you've allocated financial resources and human resources, then all you need to do now is to do quality control, and these people will deliver. So in my view, it's if he's got capacity to deliver everything for the next 5 years, so be it. It depends on his leadership style.
Dismas, for the very longest time, any real estate development that is housing specifically was actually done by government for the very longest time. All these estates that we know of in all the major towns, they're not built by private entities. They are government projects.
Exactly. And when government stopped building, then basically we stopped developing houses, and then the result was the proliferation and the sprawl of slums all over. So I think there is still a very good justification why government should be directly
structural
involved.
Adjustment programs.
Exactly.
That was the culprit.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then my point about what you addressed about whether the president is doing enough.
Yes.
We have so much that should be done.
Yeah.
The president, in his manifesto in 2022, crystallized and reduced what he could do to 5 key pillars. Okay? And that's what he's focusing on. He has prioritized. He prioritizes the infrastructure, the roads, he prioritizes housing, he prioritizes agriculture, healthcare, education, and ICT and digital economy. Those, for the president, are the critical issues that should be focused on, because they then lay a foundation upon which then we could have a takeoff. And then he's then come back after 3 years, or it's almost 4 years of implementation, and said that we have started on this and we are laying a good foundation. What we now need to do is to have a longer term dream. And he said that in our lifetime, in 30 years time, in this generation, we must move Kenya to a first world economy. And to do that, we need to work on our logistics, our ports, our airports, our roads. We need to work on our energy. We need to work on our human resource, and we need to work on our food security. Okay, so in my view, the president is being strategic. It is upon now the technocrats and the rest of us as professionals and the rest of the country to then analyze these dreams that the president has projected, and then come up with areas where we can plug in. Okay, and say that I, as Joshua Nyamori, I think I've got some experience in housing, and then with my legal profession, let me make this contribution in this sector. Okay, and that is the discussion we need to have. We need not to reduce the Kenya's dream to a minimalist dream, like the small countries. Kenya cannot continue competing with Somali. Kenya cannot compete with Burundi. Kenya is the biggest non-mineral economy in Africa. Okay, you have seen that we have moved, even downwards from the 8th largest economy to now the 6th largest economy. What is that telling you? Kenya has a potential. We just need strong leadership as we have, and then we need to all play our part in supporting that leadership and mobilizing all that we can and making systems work. And Kenya will get there. That's right.
Why haven't they made you government spokesman?
Why are you saying that? I'm just a citizen who is
the reason why
excited about what
I am being facetious, and you know I am.
Yeah.
You see, the problem with the plans that the president has had has not been the plan.
Yes.
No. How it is introduced, how it is explained, the participation of the public in understanding it so that they walk along with the president. Dismas keeps saying this, and it gets to the heart of the matter.
I appreciate that.
I have one example which I love, because to me, it got to the heart of what the government can do when it wants to advise you and tell you things. When we're changing the 1,000 denomination. Do you remember how it started? My friend, you were informed. Even if you didn't want to know, you would know.
Yes.
Every single day, 10 days left, 3 days left, even if there's an extension, you knew. There is no one who could say they did not know. They used every avenue possible to make sure that they put that message across. So when you have something as important as a housing agenda, something as important as an infrastructure, a fund. On that note, Joshua, we already have an infrastructure fund. We just don't call it that. The idea of building booths. Countries like Morocco have done it, but what they have done is they have anchored very many development projects with this same fund that, you derive from people moving around the country. We are more advanced than they are. We actually have a system that is far more efficient than a booth. It's called the fuel levy.
Yeah.
It serves the same purpose and everybody pays. You can't, it doesn't matter where you come from. In fact, you don't have to bother where somebody's coming from. So long as it's a vehicle and they use fuel, no, you don't have to bother.
Absolutely.
Until you've got people, you need to get somebody with IT, a system to monitor. You don't need it. We already have it. Now, where the problem comes in, if I'm tying it in with making sure people move along with you, is explaining that when you talk about infrastructure fund, says, let me explain. If instead of taking 20 shillings and adding it to this for road maintenance, which we have seen, we are now going to add 50 shillings, okay? But what we want to add the 50 shillings for is we want to build this, we want to build this, we want to build this.
Agree with you, City.
Securitization is a process that we've used with this same fund, this fuel thing, same. There is money that you can see consistently coming in because we like driving, we consume a lot of fuel. So you take that to somebody who understands that financial process and you tell them we want to build something called Talanta Stadium. And because of that, this is how we're going to pay you. And you look at it and you say, yes, this makes sense. Because we can see how much you actually make per day. But these are things that have to be explained so that even as people criticize, which is good, they're telling you how they understand it. You keep telling them, you don't tire, you don't get upset, because some of these things are ideas that are strange. Before you explain it and it is understood, it takes a bit of time. And if you're saying all this against a backdrop of mistrust, haki, the moment it leaves your mouth, as far as people are concerned, that's a con. And yet, it is a perfectly legit and a perfectly good idea because countries have developed using that infrastructure fund. One, when you talk about Singapore, perhaps an audit of all the natural resources we have would be good. Most Kenyans don't even know that we actually produce iron ore. We do.
I agree with you.
Most Kenyans don't even know. You know, I'm on a roll here, so I'm going to continue. But let me stop.
Yeah, I agree with this, City. And I think, as we have all mentioned, there may be need for better communication, improved communication from government. But I think it goes beyond government. It requires all of us, as professionals, as stakeholders, as business community, to start discussing this. For instance, what you have talked about, the fuel levy has done a good job. It can be improved. The president is just saying that we need to have a bigger fund, and we asked him, where do we get this fund from? And he told us, in this country we have mines, we produce minerals, but no one over the years has ever talked about where the royalties go. He said that the royalties will go into this. He has said that when they go into what we popularly call privatization, the government selling out part of its shares in. Part of those resources will go into the infrastructure fund, so that we are sure that what we are getting from our resources, whether they are the minerals or whether they are the government divesting from parastatals, will finally find its way in productive
Joshua,
projects.
There's a contradiction there.
Yeah.
When you have a sovereign fund, this is what we're talking about. It means you have a fund in which you can invest.
Yes.
The Norwegians, who have one of the world's largest funds, invested in a company called Caterpillar. These earth moving, these huge, humongous things.
Exactly.
Sema tu tractor ndio Wakenya waelewe.
Caterpillar. We actually refer to it because it's a specific earth-moving equipment. People actually know it as Caterpillar. When you say Caterpillar, people know what you're talking about.
Exactly. Even the Samsung one is called Caterpillar.
Yes, they're all Caterpillar. Just like a Matatu is called a Nissan. Even though they're Toyota vehicles, but it's called a Nissan, isn't it?
Yes.
There is this company called Caterpillar is headquartered somewhere in the US. And the Sovereign Fund of Norway put a lot of money in this company. Then it was reported that some of the equipment that was being used to bring down houses in Gaza were Caterpillar. They said, give us back our money. We are not investing in such a company. This is morally repugnant to us. Why am I giving this example? You get the funds you invest. You don't sell what you have. You increase your stake. That's where the contradiction is in my mind. If we don't do an audit of the natural resources that we have so that we can actually plan on how to utilize it, these stakes that we're thinking of selling, should we not think of expanding them instead of selling? This is my thinking, because I worry. When the selling begins, you see, Joshua, having lived longer than you have, I have had the experience of seeing what happened with the structural adjustment program, which marked the reversal of the progress Kenya had made.
Yeah, but you see the problem, City. I told you I sit in the board of the National Housing Corporation, and
I know you sit
because
there.
it is a public entity. I can discuss some of the things that are there. National Housing Corporation sits on a 20 billion shillings
fund
balance sheet. Okay.
Balance sheet meaning if we look at the bank account of National Housing Corporation, they have 20 billion.
It should have, but then the reality is this. The reality is this. A big chunk of this money is tied in undeveloped land and rundown estates across the country. Okay?
And not only rundown estates that people who are tenants don't pay for. Yes.
Because they think ni mali ya umma.
And mali ya umma, according to them, is free.
Is free.
Yes.
So that National Housing Corporation, as we talk here today, is broke. It is broke, but it has a 20 billion shillings worth of a budget. The only way and so those resources are not being productive and they are not helping the people. Government, as we know, is not able to utilize them efficiently.
Why? Why?
We have-
You see, this
we have
is
legacy. We have legacy.
If we had
We
the brains,
have-
to even get to that point that we are speaking of now, are we saying that we don't have the capacity to turn around
we
the
have
company?
legacy problems, and that's why the government has, and I thank the president for this. When I talk about the president, some people think that I am just being sycophantic. It is because I see the transformation is doing. What this government has done, which is going to transform that, is passing the government enterprises. I think the Government Enterprises
Government-owned enterprises.
Government-owned Enterprises Act, which is a new act that forces the boards, for instance, the board that I'm sitting in National Housing Corporation, we now need to register National Housing Corporation as a company. Okay? And then the new directors who are going to take over from us in a few months are going to be not chosen on political consideration as we were chosen, but on a very clear framework that bring in capacity, okay, that are able to manage
Who will
them.
own this private entity?
They're going to be owned by the Treasury. And then Treasury is coming up with a framework through which they will choose directors on the basis.
Do we have a framework right now where Treasury can actually own a private entity?
Now,
is that what we're going to create?
This act creates that, and basically creates them into commercial entities. Okay, and they are expected to run commercially, save for a few areas in which they will have to get into an agreement with the government where they would deliver certain public services in ways that may not make commercial sense. But otherwise, the directors would be judged on the basis of the judgment that we have for Safaricom.
And these directors are going to be Kenyans.
These directors are going to be Kenyans. But we have new rules.
They don't come from Venezuela.
Yes.
You know, the challenge has been that in the past, majority of people who are appointed to these boards, they're not appointed because of their capacity or competence. It's people who have had political challenges, and they're given those positions on an interim basis for 5 years. When the Ukauko,
5 years an interim.
I mean, yeah, because you see, somebody has run for a political office and has lost, and because you don't want to lose that person. I had you earlier on talking the way President Museveni has got so many advisors. So a number of these people are given those positions on an interim basis, carefully used. But again, the sad reality is that majority of these people, when they go to these parastatus, the first question which is placed on the table to the MD or the CEO, how do we make money? Not for the organization, but for their selfish interest.
For the directors.
Yeah, for the directors. If you meet with a number of MDs or parastatal CEOs, they'll tell you their biggest challenge is how to manage the chairman and directors. Because as soon as they land there, they know they're going to be in that office maybe for 3 years.
Yes.
How do I make money on a personal basis?
For these 36 months.
Yeah. For what Joshua said here, is something which requires a very serious study from Strathmore, that you can sit on 20 billion and you've got serious cash flow challenges and you are broke. We can agree on many things. Number one, there's a huge demand for housing in Kenya. The National Housing Corporation core business is to provide housing. They sit on a lot of land. So where is the disconnect?
And disconnect, you see, let me tell you, even when we produce housing, we don't produce them efficiently because of these systems that the new act is going to sort out. For instance, we have 3 billion shillings in terms of unsold stock.
Houses that are unsold.
Explain what you mean.
Unsold stock, that is houses that have been built.
And they're empty.
You can't get buyers.
Yes.
Okay, just hold on. These are houses in this new project? Or
No.
That were built
These are not. The new projects are run by Affordable Housing Board, run very efficiently. Okay, because it is a new act, it's using new systems. But the National Housing Act was done in 1967. It's an old act. Act, you see, it still talk about municipalities and county councils. It's in the Act. It's on a cake. But this new government-owned enterprise, the Government-Owned Enterprises Act, the new act that was enacted, I think in December or something.
Yep.
Basically, announce that.
Okay.
So my view is that the president is on the right trajectory. We just need to give him the confidence and the support. And some of these reasons, the reason why I say the president needs support about this, you see, what he's doing, for instance, in this Government-Owned Enterprises Act, is something revolutionary and is going to be resisted. Because
allow me to cut
previously,
Joshua short.
Yes.
There's a point you're running away from.
Yeah.
That you got houses, National Housing Corporation has got houses that you cannot sell.
Yeah, 3 billion shillings worth of stock. It's been reported.
Where are these houses?
All over the country. All over the country. It's the report is
Why
with the
have they
audit.
not been sold?
Is it because the cost is inflated or
Because they were built inefficiently. The costs are higher than what the market is providing, alternatives that the markets are providing. Okay?
So it's dead stock.
It's dead stock. We can. The National Housing Corporation could only sell them, at a loss. But to do that, they have to get, authority from cabinet.
is there somebody behind bars as a result of that flawed decision-making process?
Those are the issues that we need to discuss, and that is, for me, why reforms are important. Even as we take people to jail,
yes,
there is also the need to reform the system, because unless you reform the system, I keep telling our technical and management group,
Yes.
every time they bring a proposal for a new project, that what is the difference between this project we are doing and the projects that are not selling? Because if you can't do that, we can't justify you getting more resources.
If somebody was
looking
to do that, if somebody was looking for impunity, then Joshua has captured this. That you have houses, there's a, it's the same thing that there's a huge demand for cement in Kenya, and then you get a cement company in Kenya making losses. Yeah, you get a cement company. Now, there's a huge demand.
Actually, that one is a lot simpler to understand.
Huge demand.
Yeah.
It's like the same story of sugar.
Exactly. And these are the things the president was talking about. I said, government has failed to run sugar industry. He found a solution. List them out. Yesterday, I think it was 2 days ago, he was talking about milk. And he told the milk stakeholders, we are going to run the dairy factories, the dairy companies, the way we are running, we have decided to run the sugar factories, because this system ain't working.
Okay, so gentlemen,
Those are
I
shocking
think
statements.
I think we need a specific day to discuss this whole housing issue. But there's one thing we cannot run away from, and it's really on the timeline here, and it's about the current sentiments that former DP Gachagua made. He's been talking about he's asking President Trump to come in and pick up this watu wenye waliba pesa kutoka Minnesota. Dismas, first of all, what do you think? Because he was also seen over the weekend with Edwin Sifuna. Are we looking at a collaboration between these two individuals from where you sit?
Mr. Rigathi Gachagua is a very sharp politician.
Yes.
And he has mastered the art of misinformation and disinformation. And he knows how to address his audience and create an emotional connection.
But kuna pesa ilitoka Minnesota ikakuja huko.
That makes him a very dangerous man.
And now, FBI confirmed it.
From Minnesota, we understand their ongoing cases.
Yes.
And in my view, I'm not a subject matter expert on this international law. But in my view, what needs to happen is for Mr. Rigathi Gachagua to maintain his calm and let the US authorities do their work. They'll do the investigations. It's not very clear, even if you don't follow international politics, it's very clear that if you step on the toes of the Americans, they'll pick you. So if the Kenyans who went and engaged in fraud and the American taxpayer has been offended, then they'll come for him.
This case, people are in jail.
Others have been deported.
Yes. So, what exactly are we talking about?
No,
are we following the proceeds of that particular heist.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
That the US has now demonstrated they've got capacity and competence to look for their resources. So if indeed there are Kenyans who participated, or even non-Kenyans who brought resources, they
From
frauded,
Minnesota.
from Uko they've brought here, then in good time the US authorities will come and pick those guys up. Because wanasema US never forgets.
Yeah, but
they'll
then-
come for their pound of flesh. That is number one. Number two, Rigathi Gachagua's brand of toxic politics is something that people need to pay attention to, because he's been trained as a DO. He's been trained from his early 20s to address audiences. He knows how to make a very powerful emotional connection with people, so he can spread misinformation
Why do you call him
and
toxic?
disinformation. I mean, when you are doing things which you know are against national and public interest,
Like what, for
deliberately so. Like, for instance, part of the reason why he got fired, part of the reason why he was impeached, it was, we were told it's promoting tribalism to the highest level. And the person who was impeached is a gentleman called Rigathi Gachagua. But he has made a personal issue to be a national issue. He has nationalized his personal problems with William Samoei Ruto. Now, if you don't like William Samoei Ruto, it doesn't mean that everybody else needs to
Dislike him.
to dislike him or to hate him. People have said to him times above number, you are talking about one term. So what? I mean, let's go back. Assuming that Mr. Rigathi Gachagua was not impeached, would he be telling Kenyans one term if he was part of the administration? You can't even talk about somebody like Nyoro. So we need to introduce ideas and debates in this conversation and establish, when a politician tells you to jump, why is he actually telling you to jump? Is he telling you to jump so that you serve your selfish interest as a movie, or is telling you to jump so that you serve his selfish interests? And
There's something Amori wanted to say.
Yeah, in my view, we need to save Rigathi Gachagua from the embarrassing, display.
Okay.
You will allow me of what I think is idiotic. You can't be somebody who keeps.
He's
on.
going to sue you.
Let him sue me. I think I can go to court and defend this. You can't be somebody who wakes up every week, and causes alarm in the country on falsehood, on nonsense. Okay? But we also have, and the media should play an important role in this, in saving the nation from such negativity, such sectarian, such ethnic language. If you look at what Rigathi Gachagua was talking about,
right,
in the so-called Minnesota thing,
yes,
he did not mention anybody. Basically, he mentioned Isili. He did not mention which mall is in Isili. Isili has several malls. Basically, he was profiling the business community in Isili. And in my view, doing what he does every day about one ethnic group after another. You heard what he was talking about, the Luo community, telling us that we get excited over things like Singapore. It is an insult, and it is. We need to call him out. It is silly. It is something that we should not tolerate as a country. Rigathi Gachagua is a kind of person that we need to pick and throw into the dustbin. Forget about. He is like this mad person in the market who is naked and stands on a podium and starts dancing naked. So he has a crowd forming around him because of his nakedness, rather than the credible issues that he's talking about.
Okay, so he might not have his facts right about the malls where they are, whether they're in Kitui or they're in Isili.
He's taking advantage of a situation.
Yes.
We have the information.
Yes. It has been clearly said by the FBI.
And as City has said,
some of the funds have come to Kenya.
As City has said, some of those people are in jail. Some of them have been deported. The US and Kenya have a very good working relationship.
Right.
And it is possible that if there is, a US resource that has turned into a property in Kenya, that Kenyan government can pursue it. And Kenya government has, frameworks for
seizing these properties,
or arresting these people, taking them through legal process, and extraditing them into the US. We have a working system. We are not a failed state like Somali. We are not. We are not Venezuela. Okay, we are Kenya. Okay. Yeah.
Hii kitu imekusumbua hii.
Lakini sasa amesema mtoka.
I know.
We continue to give as a nation.
Right.
We have important things to discuss, like the Singapore dream, like the infrastructure fund,
Yes.
like the sovereign fund, wealth fund.
Yes.
Yes.
Like diaspora
Like
constituencies.
the diaspora
Referendum.
like the referendum, like the Lake Victoria Ring Road, and here somebody is hogging the space in social media and internet, dividing the country, spreading negativity, and making false accusations after another.
All right.
The guy has no shame. He immediately is exposed. He will come up with another one.
But how has he prevented other people from also putting across whatever views or expressing the agenda that they have?
That's what we are trying to do.
I actually think that Kenya needs someone like Rigathi Gachagua. He's useful.
Rigathi?
He's very, very useful. If you look at the content of what he says, there are very many things he says that are not false. We cannot escape from the personalization of his conversations because they're personalized. But the truth of the matter is this. When somebody talks as much as Rigathi Gachagua does, he's giving you an opportunity to study him and to understand him and to understand the constituency he represents, because there is such a constituency. And you have to understand that if he thinks that way, then his constituency also thinks that way. I actually find him useful because he's giving me a window into understanding things that ordinarily I would not have understood if he did not speak as much as he does and say the things that he does. Okay? Because there are people in this country who seem to think that the only way you can refer to Luos is when you mention fish. Okay? There are people like that.
Yeah.
And he happens to be one of them. It's called, yes. It's called stereotyping, but worse still, it is profiling. There are people in this country who have a problem with the Somali community and the businesses that they do. Joshua here is mincing his words. I don't, because I hear this conversation over and over and over. We need to celebrate the Somali community for one reason. They are a subject of study as well. How does a community that were camel herders live in some inhospitable climate transform themselves to be commercial, industrial, not players, giants? How do they do this? That is something that one should sit and think and study, because that's what they've done.
Exactly. And then even at the national level, the Somali money has stabilized our economy. Okay? If the Somali money was not in Kenya, the Kenya shilling would have received a beating from the other currencies. Okay? And so we need to appreciate that. And I keep telling people, the Kenya and Somali is joined in the hip.
Are you talking about Somali, the nation now?
No. Just listen to me, what I'm saying. Kenya and Somali is joined in the hip. Because you see, there have been accusations of, are we talking about Kenyan Somalis or Somalis? The reality is that it is one community. It was a borderline created by the colonialists.
But it's one community.
It is one community. Just like if you go to Sirare, the Luos in Sirare and the Luos across the border are one community. For many years, I never knew there was a popular musician called Owinoja Shirati.
Yes.
I didn't know that Shirati was in Tanzania, because he was more popular in Luo. We mourned him more than he was mourned in Tanzania. So what am I saying? That Somalis, because of the challenges they've had, even the Somalis, they brought in and worked with the Somalis in Kenya, brought in their culture, brought in their expertise, brought in their business acumen, then mobilized their resources from around the world, and brought it to Kenya.
Okay.
And this has helped us. We need to, build systems that protect them, even as we deal with issues. If there are one or two who are errant, deal with them just the way we deal with Kenyans who are errant.
But which community doesn't have people who are errant? You know,
exactly.
There are things we need to understand even historically. The Kikuyu community in this country are the first group of Kenyans to actually make us understand that the things that the Asians and the white people did, we could also do.
Yeah.
Because if you are talking about businesses that were run by Africans, the vast majority of them were Kikuyus. If you're talking about even the industries that began, the vast majority again.
But allow me to correct you, City, then you proceed.
No, please correct me.
That if you read Noti to Uhuru by Jaramogi, he says that when Kenyatta visited him in I think that was 1952 or something, when after coming back to the country, visited him at Maseno, at the Luo Thrift and Trading Corporation shop, Kenyatta was amazed and told him, I didn't believe that Africans could actually come together and do business. And that idea was actually learnt from Luo Thrift and Trading Corporation.
You and I don't have a quarrel there.
Yes.
If you're talking about the bus companies that the Luos had,
the posho mills.
Yeah, posho mills. If you're talking about the business across the lake, and that's not that. I am talking about post-independence, the visibility of an African community who are engaged in enterprises that previously we associated with the Asians. Mm-hmm. What you've said is a discussion for another day, because there's a lot more to it than just that. I am merely saying that sometimes we need to look at ourselves and look at the things we need to appreciate about each other. Because the indigenous African in your country doing something, believe me, it's a big thing. You only need to visit other countries on this continent where you have minority communities who are not necessarily indigenous to that particular country doing business to understand just how very fortunate we are to have what we have here.
Yeah. Move, I feel marginalized. I haven't spoken about the entrepreneurial spirit of my community.
Yeah, we're actually out of time, but I'll allow you 30 seconds.
No, I'm kidding. I'm joking.
All right. We have come to the end of the show, gentlemen. So I'll allow you those 30 seconds for your closing remarks.
Well, now I've become a disciple of something which you said the entire of last year, that as we look at the 2027 elections, we must place a premium on character, capacity and competence. This Singapore dream that we are talking about will be a mirage if we don't elect leaders with character, capacity and competence. If you elect people simply because of your surname, you elect people based on misinformation and disinformation, you elect people out of intimidation or out of some phobia, then it means that we are going to embrace the status quo. And then also people like yourself are to be blamed, that when you have a leader who is going the extra mile doing things shocking you, then you say, this thing is too much, can you spread it? No. Let's get leaders who can make us uncomfortable. Like for instance, I'll use Musalia Mudavadi. When he calls out a spade, he brings out information, then people recline back and say, this is too much information. No. So, for the people who are not who have not registered as Kenyans, Nyanyamori has had a number of them in his villages been registered as Kenyans, then registered as voters, so that when we get to 2027, you take a decision. Because if you talk, we are told by economists that inherently all human beings are selfish.
Okay.
They pursue their selfish interests to the hilt. So go to the ballot box and pursue your selfish interests.
To the hilt.
To the hilt.
Economists have now gotten into the field of behavioral sciences, so they're telling us how human beings behave.
They say a rational human being, and human beings are assumed to be rational. You must pursue your selfish interest to the hilt.
Thank you so much, Dismas Mokua. Ukirudi hapa ndakwambia mbona nafikiria bado still the government of this day and age should probably do things a little bit different. But anyway, that's just me.
You don't like the 120 kilometers per hour, unataka 60 kilometers.
We are trying to do 260 kilometers per hour on a tuk-tuk that can only do 80.
President Ruto actually mentioned that unlike President Kenyatta, unlike Moi, unlike Uhuru, he is very lucky. Because President Kenyatta was old, President Moi had his challenges, President Kibaki was unwell, President Uhuru was inexperienced. But he has been here from very early in his life. He has seen the attempts that have been made. He has the experience. He has the education. He has the courage.
Okay.
So he's capable of moving us to the Singapore dream. We only need to do our part.
Nitambie na leta hapa.
I now see you agree with Siti when he said, or rather when he asked the question, why Mr. Joshua Nyamori is not the government spokesman.
Gentlemen,
I just believe in the dream.
Gentlemen, kwaherini.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Angelo Kutoi has once again made history for Kenyan tennis after winning the 2026 ITF World Tennis Tour W35.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Parliament has invited public submissions on sessional paper number 3 of 2025, which proposes the partial divestiture of the government of Kenya's 15% stake in Safaricom PLC to raise funds for critical infrastructure development. The plan aims to generate about 204.3 billion Kenyan shillings from the share sale and an additional 40.2 billion Kenyan shillings upfront payment from Vodacom Group, while allowing the government to retain a 20% stake. Members of public and stakeholders